Hey guys, welcome to day 130 of the YSL trial. We're starting a bit late because I had a work meeting. We're going to skip all the breaks. We'll do 1.25. I'm sure there's some slow parts. But yeah, that's why we're starting late. But good to see everybody. Hello. Hello, Obi. Hello, Gina. GSU. Yoshi. City Gent. I hear there's a ton of chats here. Hello to everybody. We're going to get right into it. Hello, Fatima. Thanks for saying hi to everybody in the chat. BigBabyJane. And then B says, we need cat. This is so boring today. Oh no. Oh no. Hello, hello, hello. And yeah, we're going to keep it no spoilers, please. You guys can say that it's suspenseful or boring, whatever, but don't tell us what actually happened until we get there. Thank you so much for joining. Let's get into it. Hello, hello. And we are using Fox 5. They have captions, and it seems like their volume is kind of good. So we'll see. And you guys let me know if 1.25 is too fast.
All right. Good morning, everybody. The state owes me hard copies of correspondence to do an in-camera review. Is that ready?
No.
Okay, so that was supposed to be to me first thing this morning because I need to actually do the in-camera reviews. When is it going to be? Obviously, I'm not going to be looking at it before lunchtime, but
I think we can have it off by lunchtime, and my understanding is that we want to begin with the witnesses and that the things that were told to be available today will be available today. That means it will be near the end of the day.
I specifically said first thing this morning. So I need it by the time we break for lunch because I'm planning to start looking at it at lunch.
Yes, sure.
Okay, what else are you going to have to me?
The court told me to have the four corners case law.
Okay.
We have the response to the brief that Ms. Bossi presented regarding the Trinity Act. I think that we were also working on narrowing down the wiretap.
Okay. All right, any time today is fine for the rest of them, but I specifically said first thing for the in camera. So I need that by the time we break noon, basically. Mr. Steele, I got your, I guess, motions in limine on some of the evidence that y'all reviewed on Friday, and I don't know whether y'all try to narrow it down or not, and that's what we need to.
And quick pause there, the motions in limine, it was a very broad motion in limine citing a bunch of case law about 801D2E, the co-conspirator exception to hearsay, the hearsay rule. So it was like a broad motion in limine to exclude anything that would fall under that exception when we don't actually know who the unindicted co-conspirator is on the other side of the call. Remember, we heard a lot last week about we don't know who this party is, or Brian Steele says we're not going to stipulate to who the female voice is on the phone on this call. So that's what the motion to eliminate that they're referring to is. The state should have a response with the case law they say backs up their argument. Should.
Litigate still, is that what that is?
That's what we, and when I say we, it's
the defense.
Yes,
yeah.
Your Honor. We believe that needs to be excluded.
Okay.
That's correct. The state, upon looking at that, says they agree with it, then obviously we don't have to take the court's time. But that we tried to, go
okay, but it hasn't been
vetted,
presented to the state for potential agreement. Okay, so I'll let y'all do that, and then next time we have a non-jury day, whatever is left, we'll take up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, I had another matter that we were supposed to be starting at 8:45. I'm not sure why we didn't get started until 9. But I'm not going to take the jury's time right now. So just when we break for lunch, I want y'all to come up and I'll apprise everybody of something that I don't think between here and lunch it's going to matter if y'all don't know. Give me just a second.
Shout out to Doug. Between Doug and Steele, there's like a lot of Weinstein and Steele. There is a lot of glasses that match different outfits, different looks.
So do you have whomever your next witness is going to be ready to go? And is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we get the next witness and the jury? Nope. All right, let's have the jury and then.
And yes, good reminder, Shayna. Doug and Rachel Kaufman did a interview on Inside the Law with Phil Holloway this weekend. That was good. I'll get the link. I'll drop it in the chat.
We adjourn for the day. The people who are allegedly going to fix for real the sound are coming to work on it. So let's everybody, fingers crossed that
Phil Love doesn't need to lend her microphone anymore
after the end of the day today. What is that noise?
Okay, so I'm dropping the link to the Inside the Law episode with Doug Weinstein and Rachel Kaufman in the chat. And also interesting, they're not calling Quandarius Zachary first when they held him over the weekend. If you guys, I gotta change my pinned message anyway. I'm going to change the pinned message to the GoFundMe for Quandarius Zachary. It's helping to cover his legal expenses. And also, he's been trying to get blood treatments. And then they throw him in Fulton County over the weekend into Rice Street. The state treats their witnesses so well. so well. And then wonders why they don't want to cooperate. So, you know, between his health and then now he has to pay for legal expenses. Taylor Umbridge set up a GoFundMe. It is up to $7,570. And that will now be pinned at the top of the chat.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see y'all all back again. I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend. Miss Love, y'all can call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state now calls Officer Adrian Pitts to stand.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's through the mic or not. You can try the other one.
Sure,
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I did. Absolutely. State spell your name, first and last name for the court.
Officer Adrian Pitts, Adrian. Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. Can you hear me quite all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we're getting brown.
Like so I can have the use of my hands. Officer, Mr. Pitts, are you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approaching 14 years.
And what is your title?
Police officer.
Okay. Have you received any special distinctions as a police officer during your 14 years?
Tactical field operator.
What do you do in that capacity?
It's just SWAT, barricade gunning, active shooter situations, stuff like that.
Is that also known as TFO for short?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a tactical field officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Active shooters, barricade gunning, assistant SWAT, barricade gunning.
And if you would come just a little bit closer to the mic.
The problem is the mic won't move, so we're gonna try to move that at lunch.
Okay. This is both of them.
I'm gonna give you this mic. Because you've got
He's got two mics.
Okay.
All right. Can you project and see if it works?
Test.
There we go. All right. Are you post-certified, Officer Pitts?
Yes.
And have you been post-certified during the entire duration of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And were you post-certified on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the date of Tuesday, April 28th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
So this is for when, why can't I remember her name? Miss Bell. The woman that was shot in the buttocks. that was that shooting incident that we have him here for. And also, thank you, Positive Q, for bringing the positivity. Positive Q says, good morning. Welcome, Kat, and the whole chat with a capital C. I love seeing chat with a capital C. Put some respect when we talk about the chat here. And Positive Q says, I feel at home now. So we're so glad you're here. Thank you so much.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall about working that day?
About 4:06 hours that morning, I was dispatched to a person shot.
All right. So now when you say 4:06 hours, what do you mean?
4:06 in the morning.
Okay. All right. You stated that you were dispatched to a person shot call. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you alone or were you accompanied by a partner?
I believe initially I arrived alone, but other units did arrive shortly after I got there.
And when you were dispatched to this call, how did the call come through?
Person shot at 1428 Dale Avenue.
Okay, that was a poor question on my part. Let me ask a different way. Was it over the radio? Was it a phone call? How did you get dispatched?
I was dispatched over the radio.
And when you were dispatched to that person shot call over the radio, was a location given?
Yes.
What was that address?
1428 Adele Avenue, Northwest.
All right. And were you wearing a body cam that day?
No.
Okay, why not?
Body cams had not been issued at that point.
You just mentioned the address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. In what county is that address located?
Fulton County.
Are you familiar with that community that address is situated in?
Yes.
And what can you tell the juror, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about that particular community, if you will?
It's a lot of single family homes, older Black families own their properties for years and decades.
Okay. Are you acquainted with that particular area?
Yes.
All right. How are you acquainted with that particular area?
Patrol over there. I was assigned to the beat that the shooting took place on. I'm very familiar.
Okay. What zone is that in for Atlanta Police Department purposes?
Zone 1.
Okay. And what beat is that located in?
Beat 104.
Now, can you distinguish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a zone is and then a beat?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones. Every zone has 2 sectors. Each sector has 7 beats, and that's just the area of responsibility that each individual who's assigned to the beat handles.
You can continue. I wasn't interrupted.
That's it.
Okay. All right. With respect to a beat, the particular beat that you were responding to on the day of April 28, 2015, how long had you worked that beat?
At that point, maybe about 2 or 3 years, but I've been inside that area for a very long time.
The address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, what, if anything, is situated there?
Residents.
Okay. Is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
Single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle on the street also was damaged by gunfire.
All right. Where were these shell casings? Excuse me. Where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located in your life?
Shell casings were
Oh, microphone. All right, and Ike is starting a new inside joke game in the kattnotwilliams Rico chat. Pay attention, Miss Love. We're talking about the incident already, and we don't even know his favorite color. So, guys, put in the chat something that, if Love was doing the questioning, that this witness, irrelevant information, would have been elicited through questioning if Miss Love was the one doing questioning. What's your favorite drink to keep bedside? What did you have for breakfast 2 weeks ago? What color is the left sock that you're wearing, and is it the same color as your right sock? What questions would Love be asking this morning if this was her witness? Ike, thank you for starting a great game, and thanks for the 5.
All right, I think we got it.
so
No, we didn't. It may be mine. I'll project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction from the court.
I can hear. If somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear, y'all just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. And so it'll be pretty loud. All right. So you can continue with your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
Please.
Okay, all right. You described just a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home.
Okay.
And inside the driveway of the residence.
Right. When you arrived to the location, was it nighttime or daytime?
It was early morning. Sun was not up. It was night.
What was the weather conditions on that day?
Clear.
Okay. Was there anyone outside preliminarily when you arrived to that location?
Outside in the street, no, not that I remember.
What was the atmosphere like? Was there? Can you describe the atmosphere, if you will, for the jury?
When I arrived, it was very still. You could tell that something had happened. Approached the house. If I remember correctly, the front door was open, but it's like a steel security gate was closed, and there's a gentleman standing in the steel security gate.
And no, the victim said she didn't see who shot her. She was upstairs.
You said earlier, you also indicated that there were damage to vehicles that you saw preliminarily when you arrived. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How many vehicles do you recall at this time being affected by the defects?
3.
Okay. Do you recall the make and models of said vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those vehicles were, make and model?
It was a red Infiniti. I believe that was in the driveway. It was a blue Dodge Charger. I believe that was also in the driveway, and a blue Chrysler Pacifica parked on the street.
Was the Chrysler in the street?
I believe it was on the street.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure. 10 years ago.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your recollection at this point?
I can go to my report if we have a moment.
Yes, if you would just give me a brief moment. All right, I am going to approach the fence with your permission, of course. All right. With a copy of
Oh, and big shout out to Mr. Satchel. Shout out to Steven. What an incredible way to start off with 20 gifted memberships. That's 20 new people that are green and can use channel emojis. I know we don't have love asking questions, but she's still a buffering emoji if we need it. That is so generous of you, Steven. Thank you so much.
I'll take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Can you now respond to the question that was posed?
Give me one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge? Where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the tag numbers associated with said vehicles?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
So the Chrysler Pacifica was a Georgia plate, Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate, Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Okay.
Red Infiniti, it's going to be Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay. All right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles, do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes. The red Infiniti had defects and damage to the front hood and the front windshield. The blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicles?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after you finished with this particular location responding to?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage to the home located at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest address?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
Okay. I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8, Captain, Your Honor. And I am showing the defense that is what has been pre-marked as State's 8, Captain.
Atkins got a cut. New haircut.
I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, with State's Exhibit 8, Captain.
You may
All right.
freely approach the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you're now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I'm handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay. And is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 8 Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your ruling.
It's admitted and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, prior to publishing State's Exhibit 8 Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing State's Exhibit 5 Kappa. And the screen's not working, so I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor above you.
It's working, it just takes a second.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know if the witness, can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right. Down this way. Okay. Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in State's Exhibit 5 Kappa?
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay. And when you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes.
All right. And when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And I am just going to use this clicker so that it can ease transition. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 6 Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And
Shout out to Angie.
ask,
Sprinkling in some members. Thank you, Angie.
transition to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 7 Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave. House with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or describe better yet the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay, I have a pointer, it's working. Somebody, all right. I'm so sorry, okay.
Guys, we have a squirrel brain troll in the chat.
Right about, yeah, right about there where your point is.
Shout out to Detective Thorpe in the chat.
Are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all
Go
right.
on.
I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Squirrel Brain. Not just for gifting a membership, but for the laugh.
Just a brief note. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not if I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene of the incident?
About 32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said the last one you said
7.62.
7.62. Okay. Do you have training or experience firing a rifle?
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
Guys, I'm dropping
Does a rifle?
the link to Brian Steele. It's not the motion in limine that they talked about this morning. It's the one that has the PowerPoint in it. And I'll try to pull up relevant slides at breaks. But I think if you guys want to look and follow along, the PowerPoint details how they're trying to tie these ballistics together. Like, was it the same caliber? So at the bottom of this motion in limine, there's that, like this Operation Planters PowerPoint attached at the bottom. And a lot of the slides try to tie together the ballistics from what we're looking at now and other incidents. So that's in the chat if you guys want to pull that up and look at it alongside what this testimony is about.
Require one or two hands to hold?
Two.
Okay. In your training and experience, as one was fired at a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
And thank you to Dave911. So glad you're here, Kat. I was having YSL trial withdrawals, but just couldn't watch any of the other streams. I feel more informed here. Well, we're happy you're here and part of the Rico gang in the chat, the growing Rico gang. Thank you so much for the 5.
When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, with reference to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw in the cars or in the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet effects of the residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Okay. Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're going to have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by the bullet, or is microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was that was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase that.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects struck before?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to? Is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I understand.
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Fan America brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is the course of an active investigation. This is the effect on the listener. He informs what will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing. All right. I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Fan America on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did he have any value to you when you saw that name?
Fan America at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
We're gonna overrule it.
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions now. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. Sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me. I'm going to object to that testimony again and ask it to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I'd ask that answer be struck.
Overruled.
He's gonna overrule it.
Continue with your answer if you had it.
That was it.
Okay, all right. And with that particular background in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you described?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. And your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training and background?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation. It's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Okay. All right.
There's one.
Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay. But have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015, let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Fan America have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their.
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicator that you described, language, Fan America,
Yes.
what, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
Spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
Shout out to HVAC for Dummies.
The
Sprinkled
victim,
one here,
Denise
and then sprinkled
Renee Quick.
another. Thank you so much, HVAC.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes.
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male, at
Yes.
his front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
He looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes.
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
She was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes. Her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No.
Did you ever ask?
No.
All right. Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Where do you recall where he may have gone?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
The answer is nobody knew anyway. So. Sustained.
Your Honor, may I this one?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this family shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the family shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Fairly familiar.
All right. And how are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Bankhead, down at Lee Hollywood Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street when it's in operation.
Okay. Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night was open.
Okay. And how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28, 2015, early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing direct control over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that direct control team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial, maybe about 3 or 4.
Hey, just a side note, you guys, if you guys are in the chat talking about what you're seeing on Law and Crime, please specify that somebody in the chat that happens to be on the Law and Crime stream is the one saying it, rather than Law and Crime being the one to relay any news, because there isn't actual news about the substance of the email. So we're trying to keep the spoilers to a minimum. We're going to catch up, But make sure that we're being very clear about when we're relaying information, where that information's coming from, because otherwise it's going to sound like verified news when it's really just relaying someone from another chat is saying something, which isn't verified.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
Yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who is? I'll rephrase that question. Actually, we'll discard that question now. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Crucial?
Objection, relevance.
It's very relevant, huh?
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get those technology.
No problem.
And big shout out. HVAC dropped another one. That's 3. And Steven Satchel gifted another one. So we're up to 21 for Steven. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, you guys. You guys know how much I love those features. And make sure in the chat, you guys are turning on your ability to receive gifted memberships. Click that symbol where you chat. It's like a money symbol. And you should see an option to turn it on. If you don't see that setting, you've probably turned it on already.
Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's notification, they were admitted through Officer Clinton Hayes. That's right. Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango, and you now see it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
Yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango. All right. What are we looking at here at States 3 Tango?
That's Crucial.
All right. Do you see the red stripe that you saw in the last exhibit?
No.
Right. Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
Yes.
And were those security gates there in 2015?
No.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes.
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
No.
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
No.
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit? Or?
Yes.
All right. Based on your training experience, why would marks like that be in the ground?
Your Honor, that'll call for speculation. I'll object.
Overruled.
Tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay. Is that what that looks like to you? A donut?
Yes.
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
Yes.
I'm showing you the final States Exhibit that will be published from this category of States Exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in States Exhibit 6 Tango?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay. And what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele. About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Adele Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial is in?
Crucial.
I have a rule.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 Adele Avenue. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s, late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? Would you have included that in your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right. I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back at the community consult.
And thank you, Jennifer Devine. I just repinned it at the top of the chat. Quandarius Zachary has a GoFundMe for a lawyer. He does have a lawyer in court with him. The last name is Scheib, Scheib. But that's to help him get him out of Rice Street. Apparently they won't transfer to the medical unit. So it was said yesterday that they did put him into the medical unit and you guys said it's not any better anyway. So what's the difference? But yeah, so I heard that we're going to hear from the attorney a little bit today. And if you are late to the party, you missed this weekend's news. Quandarius Zachary was arrested on a materials witness warrant Friday night and has been held through the weekend. So another, great witness handling by the state of their own witnesses that they want to be cooperative and then they wonder why they don't want to cooperate. So thank you, Jennifer Devine, for the 10 and for the reminder. And I also cleaned up the pinned post. I had it pinned, but I didn't really tell you guys what it was, so I fixed that. So there you go, you guys. Okay, and it seems like he's currently at Grady Hospital. So that's good news. That is I know Woody said he doesn't like Grady Hospital, but I would hope hospital better than Rice Street or Rice Street Medical Wing. Yeah, and Corey saying too, my girlfriend's from Georgia and she said never go to Grady.
I'm going to ask you a different question that I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No.
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn the if there was anyone else well, did you see anyone else in the home, while you were there?
Yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe there?
From the start, when I got there was 6.
Okay, so do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
Right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zaranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appear to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
That's kind of important. Hold on. Did I just hear that right? And this is something cops do all the time, you guys, when they're laying, cops have a lot of experience getting on the stand. They're not just like a layperson witness that gets called as a witness and they observed one thing and they get called up there to talk about that one thing. Cops have to testify all the time because they're the ones that do the reporting and arrive on the scene and have to share with the jury what they looked at. But what he said right there seems like he's beating the hearsay objection before it happens by saying that anything anybody would have said in that moment was an excited utterance. He's using the legal terminology, the attorneying. Let's listen to that again.
What was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
Excitable. He wants to make sure he can say anything that they said as an excited utterance. And that's common for cops to do on the stand. Like they learn what gets stuff in and what won't get stuff in.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but I believe 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that you made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained. Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
The male in the brown Fan America shirt, he was no longer at the location.
Is that, so earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home, at that time?
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you spoke with anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old did she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
All right, I want to talk about your activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
Okay. And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastic?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when those older bullet defects were present when they got there?
Yes. Well, I did premise. Oh, no.
Okay. Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go to the report. Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact with you?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
It is, in fact, presence and suppression, and it is also going.
Excited utterance, presence and impression.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I'm saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to presence and suppression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come up to the bench?
So there you go. They're speaking while they're in the moment. APD already gave the assist with explaining that that was the context. And Brown is, I mean, we'll see what the judge says. But my guess is Brown might win this one if he argues it well. So there we go. That's the time. And then let's get caught up while they're doing this. So Ms. Kims, thank you so much for your positivity. Ms. Kim says, happy Monday all. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Thank you very much, Kat, for all that you do. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for the 5. B says, kattnotwilliams, you make trial easy to understand, and you're awesome. Well, thank you for being here. I try to give some tidbits, and if I don't know something I like to learn, I learn a ton from you guys in the chat. And I think the more the merrier. The more we can learn, and the more we can talk with each other without biting each other's heads off. Some chats are crazy out there on YouTube. It's like dangerous territory. But having a nice place where we can all gather in a positive way is really nice. Thank you so much, B. Gambakufa became a member. You look good in green. I thought you were a member. Has it been 30 days? Thank you for becoming a member. And B, thank you for the super sticker. Super, super sweet of you. It's the little avocado with the cool and the headband. Heck yeah. Steven Satchel dropped another one. Thank you so much for your support. Ike became a member. I'm surprised you didn't get gifted one, But thank you for making yourself green. YouTube watcher, or maybe it's white watcher, like they use YT as an abbreviation for white. But I think it's YouTube watcher. Says, let's go, 1 month. This is getting ugly. So thank you for being a member for 1 month. And I mean, we started today off with Love not having her homework done. No one's really surprised. And now we're hearing, guys, this is a police officer on the stand. This is pretty typical for police officer testimony. Their experience, they have experience taking the stand. They're usually not nervous. They'll refer to their reports all the time to refresh their recollection and don't really remember that much, except for things they completely remember.
Conferences quickly, and it's a good time for break anyway.
Oh, we're doing a break. Okay. So we'll be able to fast forward that. Cool beans. Thank you to Matthew Moles for becoming a member. Super, super appreciate it. We're growing the gang, you guys. We are growing the gang. And Jenny Not From The Block, I love your name. Love your name, Jenny Not From The Block. Sends a Jumping for Joy super sticker. So we've got to keep some good energy in here. Thank you for Jumping for Joy. Belle Louise. Everybody show Belle Louise some love in the chat. We have 5 new gifted memberships thanks to Belle Louise. That is super, super sweet of you. And definitely if you got one, make sure you're saying thank you. And it's really generous to give anything at all. You guys don't have to donate to support this channel because I would do it for free. It's super nice when you do it, and I think it's a nice bonus when it gets to make the chat a little bit more fun for 5 new people. So thank you so much, Belle. Oh, is she talking about something important? My bad, guys. We'll get back to this. So let's hear their argument here.
Take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate? And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
And Your Honor, may I ask the court to, for the insight related to that case, if you will, Your Honor?
did you say 370 Georgia 757?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And I don't know, was there a pinpoint site?
I mean, Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he would say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed. Nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster my belief or the state's expectation that and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step back out? I sort of gave you that instruction as though it
Wait, is the witness in the room?
was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that.
What?
370 Georgia 757 and nothing's coming up. Georgia
Oh my
appeals.
gosh.
That makes a difference. Okay, sorry.
If that was the witness they were just talking to, and the witness was sitting here hearing exactly what they need the witness to say to be able to get this in under an exception, that it was a present sense statement. And we know that it's an APD officer who understands and is used to this and has already used some terminology that seems very attorney-ish. What? What? So not only does judge give and assist to the state, the judge just assisted the witness if the witness wants to help the state. Just a whole mess. Hey, witness, you guys are saying it is the witness. He walked back in at that time. And oh my gosh. Yeah, like that shouldn't come in, because now he's gonna get up and be like, it was recent. It was like a couple minutes later. Oh my gosh, you guys. That's incredible and not in a good way. Shout out to that ill kid J. SteffJK listened to my music, best mod, KNW gang. Guys, any mod that was willing to send over their information, like a CashApp, is pinned in the description. I made it so it'll be there for all videos. That ill kid J, I didn't know you made music, but I did check out Classy Beats music review stream. I'm going to paste a link. I had so much fun. SteffJK was in there. A ton of familiar faces that you see in this chat. Andrea Ellerby, if you're here. Classy Beats does YSL trial coverage. And I thought he just like reviewed music and it would be something kind of crappy. It was a ton of good music, all different genres, and we had a blast. So I'm going to link to that. And you should get your songs up in there. We can all listen to it. So thank you so much for your 2. And Angela's gifting 5 more. So shout out to Angela in the chat. That is super, super generous of you. I got to update my banner. I got to check the count. And then Iron Rabbit gifting 5 more. Thank you so much, Iron Rabbit. Great to see you. Always love to see your picture. And you guys know, show Iron Rabbit some appreciation. You can drop any bunny emoji. So that's always fun. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And right before we get back in here, we have a new squeak counter sponsor, Peter Ortiz, with a super generous 75. Let's all support our OG cat. We got the snake emojis. She's working hard for her co-conspirators. That's what's up. Thank you so much, Peter. This is incredibly generous. So you are now the squeak sponsor. I don't think we have any squeaks today. We are at 0 squeaks. So let's see what happens when they bring this witness back in.
So do you have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I'm gonna confirm that before I skip that and make it.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the
At the
exceptional.
most, I should say.
I guess we'll see what he says, but.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
when the court has an opportunity, what I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proffer of what the witness would say. The
Mhm.
Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that goes with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's the proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous, the witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that they have to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event, and the statement to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out. Is there any indication in this Brantley case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
I'm looking.
They have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see it, Judge.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
If I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the call for services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and call. And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pierce arrived at 4:08.
Okay, right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is? And you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to give a proper answer, but I expect that outside of the court?
No, our position would be bring the witness in. Let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
This witness.
Ron, you want him on stand for that question?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
If he knows.
All right. This is a little different, so I'm sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr.
A couple
Anderson?
minutes,
Was
a
it
few minutes.
Hours, or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Okay.
He led with that
Don't
question. That was a
ask
leading
anything on that.
question.
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I
I
say
get
here,
that
Judge?
I get that this is a proffer, but still, if you were trying to be a cooperative witness and help the person that's asking you questions, and they said, how long was it? Was it hours or minutes? And you were sitting in there when Whitaker was saying, well, we need it to be closer in time. Your cue would be minutes is the right answer over hours. So I know this is a proffer, but proffer is still part of the it's part of the record. So Brown just fed him the answer he wanted.
If I speak to
You
my-
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes,
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
All right, thank you. You can step back outside.
And that's the other thing too. If I knew I was trying to lean towards minutes and not hours, and you asked me to be specific with the minutes, I'm going to say, well, after half an hour, I'm using the word hour, so I'm going to pick an answer that's less than half an hour. So he said 15 to 20. So you're still constraining him with the choice that Brown posited to him. Just nuts.
All right, my ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes. Thank you.
I see, one of my esteemed colleagues from across the aisle here, I believe that he is here as a representative from one of our witnesses. And I haven't spoken with him, so, I know you want to approach.
All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You look familiar to me, but. Okay.
So this is his attorney,
are you asking to
Zachary's
approach
attorney.
without the defense?
No, they can say, that's fine, that's one for the record. I'm representing Mr. Zachary, family pertaining, I understand he was picked up on material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's had sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he was just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusions. He's in the hospital, or he's in Brady right now. Left Brady, he's in full-time jail. He's had pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been 10 out of the hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
God, he will live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this is actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway, no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I could speak with Mr. Scheib about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference, but I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench, so just don't record this.
They're going to turn the cameras off for this. All right, so that is Quandarius, Zachary's attorney that is speaking. It seems like he's out of the loop on some of the details, and it seems like Love meant to disclose something to the court that she didn't disclose, and now we have to handle that now. But the judge is making it seem like it's her fault because she had a different matter to attend to between 8:45 a.m. and 9 a.m. this morning. So we are in the dark about exactly what this break entails, and it looks kind of like a long break. All right, so they come back in a little bit after here. So, also pinned in the chat, you guys, if you close the pinned message, you can refresh the stream at any time to see the pinned message, but it is the GoFundMe for Quandarius Zachary to cover legal expenses and everything that now is plopped down on him since they put this materials warrant arrest out for him Friday night. So if you want to contribute to the GoFundMe there, it's pinned at the top of this chat. Yeah, crazy stuff already today. Lots of breaks. Great time management for someone who is optimistic about a 30-week timeline for the remainder of this trial. And real quick, just so I don't lose them, thank you again, Stephen. Stephen, tons of gifts today from Stephen Satchel, so appreciate you so much. Say thank you if you got this new membership. And Stephen, Stephen also says, so the witness is getting his steps in. Yeah, just have me keep walking back and forth till I hit my 10,000 steps. You guys know when I'm not doing live streams, and I got to find a replacement for this, but I used to put trial streams on and do my walking, jogging, or go to the gym. And I need to fix that because now I'm sitting in a chair. So shout out to getting your steps in. Let me know in the chat if you like to get some cardio, some walking, some exercise in your daily routine, and who you listen to while you do it. Thank you, Stephen, for your support. And then Army Nurse says they have to stop HIPAA violation. They're not going to. We've seen them read people's names, phone numbers into the record. They don't care about people's medical conditions. The state thinks that if they want something, they can just get it now. And if they want to say something, say it out loud. Who cares? And if they're too lazy to redact something, oh well. So that was like a harsh criticism, but it's something that keeps happening. You guys keep pointing it out in the chat. They're not going to get it together. And they're not going to be penalized for it either. They're not going to be held accountable for it. So thank you so much for the 5. My tone there responding to you was about the substance and not at all directed towards you, Army Nurse. Always love to see you. So let's get back and see what happens.
Okay, well, did you just find it after I said, is there anything else before we get the jury in? Okay, give it to me really fast.
364.
Rushing the defense.
Georgia App, 518, Grimes versus the state. It's 2022 case.
So, Ms. Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown.
Sorry?
Ms. Brown.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it. What's your name?
Seth. A.A. Seth.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown? No, I didn't. I said Mr. Brown. I just slide my words into each other sometimes. So.
What?
Okay. Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay.
All right, chat. Did you hear Mr. or Miss? What did you hear?
Well, I'll try to look at it on the fly here, and
What was that pin site, since we can look at it? That pin site that he provided before?
I don't know. Is there a pin site? Sorry, y'all. I thought we were ready, but of course, after I say bring the jury, we have some more. Oh, wait, here's some more. Thank you.
It's so funny because my 5th grade teacher, Mr. Brown, I've told this story before. I called him Mom once. I went up to him and I said, hey, Mom. Oh, oops. My 5th grade teacher, Mr. Brown.
Had a chance to take a look to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
So we know his first name is Seth. Seth Brown. And shout out to Steven again. Thanks for the 5 additional here. Steve, hit the like button, you guys. There's 2,400 people here and only 659 likes. Hitting the like button is free 99 if you take a second to do that while they're getting their act together here in the courtroom. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. And thank you for the reminder, Stephen. And also, if that was you, if you were Seth Brown and you heard the miss, would you have called it out? Because I don't know, I feel like that's a risky gamble. Like, maybe if I was done questioning for the day, I would do it. But if I have to go make more questions and I don't want the judge cranky with me, I don't know if I would have even... Call me whatever you want. So... Okay, so she said missed, so it sounds like she just stopped halfway. Yeah, wouldn't call him out that way. Yeah, admonish and rebuke yourself, Judge. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's, I think, like, she did not like to be told she might have said something wrong. I think my response to something like that would be like, oh, I absolutely didn't mean to. I was probably just stumbling over my words, because I do that. I do that a lot. You guys have heard me stumble over words probably several times a day. So if I didn't mean to say miss and thought I meant to say mister, I would have just said it was not what I meant to say and left it at that. But it seemed like it ruffled her. And if he has to go do questioning again, you don't know how that could impact you. So
The state position hasn't changed much. This doesn't seem to impact where the state stood as it relates to the last break. Additionally, I'll just say, Judge Ball, contemporaneity is understood to be, in fact, a part of the analysis. A reference to a citation from Carlson's Rules on Evidence further advises that precise contemporaneity, though it's not required.
We know that already, so that doesn't shed any additional light on the subject. All right, why don't you just ask the leading questions and focusing on what matters with regard to this exception, and I'll see how it comes out.
Welcome back, Officer Pitts.
Hello.
All right. Before the break, you indicated that you spoke with an Anthony Travis. Do you recall that statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you spoke with him about?
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was a
The subject matter, not what he said.
The subject matter, without saying what he said.
just didn't even
he
object.
witnessed, the shooting occur.
And I'm not trying to interrupt there, but you see, look, Whitaker just gave the defense an assist, and I didn't hear the defense object. Maybe they could hear someone object, but that's why you got to be careful not to piss off the judge. It's a good thing that they kept the record clean, though. I mean, you saw even Love putting her hand up.
All right. Did he describe, if at all, if he saw the person who conducted the shooting?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to, from that conversation with Mr. Travis, were you able to make out a description of what the person he saw without saying what he said?
So what I want you to focus on is what would make a difference with regard to this exception. Time and...
I'll withdraw that question and ask a different one. What did he describe that he saw? Hold, 1 second. How long after you arrived to the scene of the incident did you interact with? How long after you arrived to the scene of the shooting did you interact with Mr. Travis? How long after?
About 15, 20 minutes.
And did he give you details about what he saw regarding the shooting that took place prior to your arrival?
He did.
And without saying what Mr. Travis said, was Mr. Travis able to describe what the shooter did?
He was, yes.
Okay. All right. Was he able to describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shooting?
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay. I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory's been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right, so what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise Bell?
January 21st, 1956.
Based on that date, would she have been in her mid to late 20s at the time?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Miss refreshing my memory. Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zuranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. The shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier, did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
And around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, say pass.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
Who's that, Schardt doing redirect? I mean, that makes sense because they're trying to tie Stillwell into it.
Hello. Good morning.
My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that
Not the
individual as a
banana.
black male.
That's correct.
Short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
Big shout out to Spiritually Imperfect, who says, hello, my fellow co-conspirators. I've been away for a couple of days, closing on my new house. And I think after Spiritually Imperfect sent this message, we also saw that Kid J say they just bought a house. So shout out to everyone making big, chapter upgrades in life. Super, super awesome to hear. We're wishing you luck. Have we found Rico or a fair trial yet? No. And my only advice on your new home, and as I told that Kid J, no live, laugh, love signs. It's got to be something else. And guys, if you don't know Spiritually Imperfect is the one that started the peanut butter and jelly how love asks questions inside jokes a week ago now. So a gem, a complete gem. Thank you so much for the 10 Spiritually Imperfect. So glad that you're here.
You may freely approach the witness, yes.
Could you look at 410Y?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of those individuals, but do you see an individual wearing, do you see a date on that post?
Objection, Judge Relevance.
I don't know what,
I'm sure
It
we'll
is,
find the
so.
attached description.
okay, that was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I'll ask them to approach line.
All right.
Oh. So they're approaching again. And guys, this is on 1.25. We can go a little faster if you want. You guys let me know. Speak Now TV says, did Lil D pass away? No, he was getting treatment. It seems like he has sickle cell. I think it's like confirmed that he has sickle cell. They've been calling it a blood disease and he was getting blood treatments. And then they scooped him up, put him in Rice Street over the weekend, but he didn't pass away. So then thank goodness. But thanks for the 2. So no, I'm not sure if that's something that's spreading around, but make sure we keep it clear that there's no information out there that he has passed away. And thankfully, again, at the top of the chat, there is a GoFundMe link for Quandarius Zachary. That's Lil D pinned at the top. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for asking it as a question instead of, sometimes I see some chats come in that aren't worded this way. This is the proper way to word something you're not sure about. So appreciate you so much, Speak Now TV. Shout out to my military mind. Good to see ya. Became a member. City Gent's been stuck with us for a whole month. Thanks for being here with us. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, my computer lab teacher in 4th to 5th grade had a shiny bald head, like Schardt. Actually, Schart's head's not that shiny. Detective Thorpe has a shiny head. And we used to sing Mr. Clean jingles behind his back. Guess what he was called accidentally one day when someone went to answer a question. So did someone really call him Mr. Clean? Guys, if you're tuning in late, there was some questions. Brown had to ask Judge Whitaker if Judge Whitaker just called him Miss or Mrs. MS Brown. So that was a good time. And the first objection lodged after that interaction, which Whitaker seemed a little bit upset he pressed her on, she sustained the defense's, or no, she jumped in and stopped a hearsay from coming in, even though the defense didn't lodge an objection. That's why you got to be careful. Even though the judge might not have been warranted for the judge to get peeved the way she did, you still got to be careful. You could be right in correcting the judge. I think you called me a miss and I'm a mister. You could be right for doing that. But risk versus reward. You still got to question this witness. And she seemed to not be a great fan of Seth Brown after that interaction. Hilarious, hilarious story, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thank you for the 10. Classy Beat says, what up, cat in chat? So I'm assuming you finished your stream for the day. So always good to see Classy Beats. Had so much fun hanging out on Friday with the music stream. I failed the redirect challenge today. Yeah, it doesn't work through StreamYard anymore if you're using StreamYard. You have to end it on YouTube. I figured that out like a week ago. And then suddenly it fixes itself. But thank you for trying. But I got you on the next one. Thank you for great coverage, and you all hit that like button. Thank you so much. So we'll get back into this, you guys, and see what's going on, and I will drop Classy Beats link. See, that's me having a Miss Mister moment.
410Y and 413Y. Could you look at 410Y? Do you see a gentleman in a plaid maroon and black and white shirt?
Yes.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we had objection. I'll ask for continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No.
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you're referring to in your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
Yes.
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I just publish?
I see you guys in the chat talking about Max Schart's suit today. I really like it. I think a red suit, maroon, it's like burgundy. It's like a risky choice, but he nailed it. He got it right.
And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Do any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
Nice short redirect.
Yes,
Mic back on. All right.
I mean, yeah,
All right,
cross.
give
Why'd
him
I call it
just a second.
redirect?
Then you may do your redirect. And when you asked to publish, I actually thought you were going to publish it electronically because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but.
Look at
it
love
does
writing
definitely get
notes.
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy
longer
available.
Of this, okay, it's fine.
Oh yeah, Schardt's dripping blood, as Love would say, with the red suit. And yes, Ian, always love to see your suit here. You make us feel professional in here. You guys called me out for matching Love today for wearing all black. I matched the whole state's table today. And technically the officer, Miss Percifield, the judge.
And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
And big shout out to City Gent for the 5. Just the pure support there, no comment. Appreciate you. The officer getting a good look at the jurors, like just sitting there like. We'll speed this up until we get through to redirect. Love is like, your questioning sucks. Do this, do this, do this. Make your redirect 3 hours long. Alrighty.
I am starting with State's Exhibit 413, and 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
The date says 4.
I want to ask you, can I actually answer your question? Yes, go ahead.
It's timestamped. Yes.
Okay. Do you know that that was the date that the picture was taken, or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's timestamped 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun that had a banana clip.
Okay. All right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
No. My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No.
Right. Do you know Trontavious Stevens?
No.
Do you know Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
No.
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
You're on the
You can rephrase your question.
All right.
All these sustains now.
Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you at State's Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Schardt showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontavious Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
Deviants.
No, I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what do you communicate to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of a banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter had emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
And what kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223, 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adela Avenue Southwest?
223, 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a known type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Schardt, any recalls? All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Shout out to Innocent Bystander channel. Holy moly, this is a holy moly moment. See, I'm doing the Miss and Mr. thing all day now that I'm thinking about it. It's like thinking about blinking and breathing. 50 memberships. That's 50 new channel members. You guys are already saying thank you in the chat. So appreciate you guys for being so sharp with, you know, saying thank you and showing support to each other in the chat. Holy moly, 50 is so generous. That is super generous. It's 50 new gang members, guys. We're doubling in size. Super generous. And Innocent Bystander channel, I know that I'd seen that you were recently doing some YSL content. And I know you're going to say, you don't have to share my channel. But when I first saw you in my channel and I saw your name, I was like, you have a channel? And I looked and it was a little bit, you weren't doing too much content. And now I see that you have been active. So as soon as this slows down, I don't want your link to get lost. I'm going to link. And we have a banana in the chat. Be careful. You don't want Judge Whitaker to yell at you for being in this courtroom. Shout out to Anna Banana. But super generous Innocent Bystander channel. Thank you so much. And thank you, chat, for showing so much love.
Right at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred.
And notice all the sustains after that Mr. debate between the judge and Brown. Like, Schardt won at the bench conference. So... And I don't want to say it's a difference of skill because Love will do the same thing and get her objections.
Do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at door ready to walk in, please.
Guys, Brown pissed the judge off. Put a 1 in the chat if you see what I'm saying. And that is not to say that he doesn't have the right to be properly pronounced as a Mr., addressed as a Mr. when he's a Mr. But Judge Whitaker is pissed off. And she's not just pissed off at the defense today. Ever since that interaction, she is at the state.
Thank you.
That's why you gotta pick your battles. In real life, not just in court.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department? At the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5 crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like in August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on the main channel, and we are dispatched to the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they're given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours, shootings, 3 hours, bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened, and then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence you take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up, so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed, and then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell cases?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators are the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record.
A record, a report?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take, and then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from the beginning of the crime scene to the end of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one photo lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28, 2015?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, and Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work on midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question. Was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone, or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
Is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked. What would refresh your recollection?
If I look over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can.
All right, and big shout, you guys are raining gifts in the chat. So I don't want to act like I'm not seeing it. I just want to get through this witness. But big shout out to Stephen Cheshel. He's up to 75 members gifted today. 75.
And actual 7.62 by 3.9, which is assault rifle shell casings.
Why is he smiling reading his report?
Crime scene that we're still talking about. How many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you received them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 11 capital to 138 capital.
Right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you're done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury, so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's flipping him to the jury's direction. So super, super generous of you, Steven. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to support this channel. It's so overwhelmingly generous. And David Newth was like, I'm letting myself in. So I'm just going to enter. I'm going to open the front door myself. Welcome aboard, David. Same with Kim K. Kim K said, I'm letting myself in. Esquire, thank you so much for the super sticker. Always good to see you. Another person just like Ian looking sharp in the picture. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I guess I really was dreaming that love was stranded on that space station. It seems so real. A real dream always feels crazy when you wake up. Even if you know it's not real, you still like, it seemed so real. Can you imagine Love's face in an astronaut mask? Oh, shout out to Chloe, our resident comedian. And then Rice Street, who I'm apparently supposed to slip up and call Nice Street. And again, I'm going to clarify, we are speaking about our Rice Street in the honorable chat. Gifted 50 memberships. We joke that that means 50 people are now freed. They're now green. Shout out to Rice Street. I see you guys showing so much love in the chat. But super, super generous. You've gifted so many memberships here and also on Nick Staro's channel. I think on Classy's channel. And I think even Tay-Biz, I think I saw you on Tay-Biz TV the other day too. So you are just out here supporting people and it's really appreciated. Thank you so much for helping people join all the different gangs here on YouTube. We're creating one giant community. So thank you so much again, chat. Showing thank yous and appreciation in the chat when someone does something like gift a membership. And look right there, Gwennon says, Rice gifted me a membership over on Classy. There you go. Heck yeah, shout out to Rice Street. This is the only time we can shout out Rice Street, guys. So take advantage of it. Because we're not going to shout out Rice Street for real. I'm sure it's just this guy's demeanor, but his face is like stuck in a little smile mode. Like me when I'm reading the chat, but they're talking about something serious in court, but I'm smiling at something you guys said in the chat. Like, it just looks awkward. But thank you so much again. I mean, we had 50 from Innocent Bystander, 50 from Steven, who's already gifted a separate 25 sprinkling throughout the day. And then the Honorable Rice Street, not the other Rice Street, gifting another 50. That's just incredible. We are at 201 members. That's almost 10% of the people watching.
Okay.
Let me update this.
Yes. Yes.
What do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adale Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish subject to you.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Adrien, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11, Kappa Kappa, and crime scene Turner, you will see it populating screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So,
Okay.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime scene Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
Okay. You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residence from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, turning now to states exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
and I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 ADL Avenue.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 20 Capital. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And do you know, did you mark or notate this same vehicle's presence in your report?
Yes.
And do you know what type of vehicle this is based on this picture?
I think that's a Chrysler Pacifica.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 41 Capital. Is this another view of the same vehicle that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes, that's just a photo of the front of the vehicle.
And why did you take photos of this vehicle?
Because it had damages to it.
Okay, what type of damages did you observe at that time?
It had gunshot damages.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 32 Capital. From what angle of the vehicle was this photo taken?
That was just showing the driver's side and also the yard. Yeah, just showing the driver's side and the yard of ADL Avenue.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 30 Capital. What is that mark that appears to be on the vehicle right where the cursor is circling about? Where the cursor is pointing to just below.
That's a gunshot to that's the rear driver's side corner panel.
And to your recollection, do you recall about how many defects or gunshots to this vehicle you took pictures of?
Not to be exact.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 31 Capital, and I am again moving the cursor, but it's dragging to this area. You see there around encircled. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why would you have taken a photo of this particular area?
Because it also is a damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of State's Exhibit 31 Capital, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
It appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, you see that cursor?
Mhm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually, I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 17 Capital. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes.
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
Because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, okay. State's Exhibit showing now State's Exhibit 19 Capital. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, the four quarters of it?
Yes, just a different angle.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 23 Capital. Why would you have taken a front view of this?
I took a front view because it's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24 Capital. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25 Capital. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There.
Yes.
And what do you know that to be based on your training experience?
And that's also a gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33 Capital. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle, Infinity, was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36 Capital. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38 Capital. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39 Capital. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking at the vehicle, and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 42 Capital. Why did you take this photo?
It's the front of the residence.
And why would you take this?
We'd like to show that that this is actual the photo of the residence is actually
Okay,
where,
hold on. Let me pause and move this banner. There is a pile of tires sitting right over here. I don't know if the defense is going to cross this witness. And I do agree that there are some bullet holes lodged through the car, the framing of the car. But I wonder if the defense is going to like say anything about that tire, the rim being bent and the tire being flat. I think this is an example of something that Whitaker wouldn't realize, why a car might be parked in the street with a flat tire unless the tire just got deflated because of a bullet. But it's not that uncommon to drive through certain streets and see someone have a flat tire and they're trying to fix it themselves. There is a pile of tires right here on the screen. So let's see if this becomes relevant, because Brown seems to be ignoring it.
majority of the damage is actually happening at.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 43, Capital. What is the purpose of this photo that you took?
It shows that the front window of the residence had multiple gunshot damages to the window.
On this photo alone, from this viewpoint, are you able to describe or count how many gunshot defects you see in this window?
No.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 44, Capital. Using this photo, is this the same window that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And from this, can you count for the jury how many defects you see to this front window? Here.
1, 2, 3. It looks like about 3.
Utilizing State's Exhibit 44, Capital. How many defects do you see?
And on this one, it's 2.
Do you see?
That's-
Get closer. You see the cursor?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a defect?
Okay, dispute.
Still right there. Cursor. Oh, okay.
It's not on mine, but
Oh.
yeah, but that'll be 3.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Capital?
That's one defect.
I'm sorry.
It's just one gunshot.
Okay. Is this a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right. No problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Capital. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Your Honor, these are separate photos and they're all.
Shout out to Rule 403.
Okay, well, get it.
It's not gonna be
Let's
long.
listen to it through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 49, Capital. Is this yet another view, a different angle of the similar view of the placards?
And you guys are asking, this is still the 428 stuff. So this is really Antonio Sledge and Tameka and Garlington are the main 2 for this shooting. So just in case you didn't know who was supposed to be relevant here.
Yes.
Okay. Again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started with the plaque?
Yes.
And that is State's Exhibit 51, Capital. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 53, Capital. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 52, Capital. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative, waste of time.
All right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that. So
That's a Doug.
Utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure, Judge.
incident.
I'm going to,
Go ahead.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 67, Capital. All right, here we have State's Exhibit Capital. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
There was 223s.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 68, Capital. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 69, Capital. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 70, capital. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
Does the shell casing placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner.
Just ask that question.
Did you take pictures of each and every shell casing?
Yes.
And did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to transition your attention to State's Exhibit.
Do you think love is absorbing this non-cumulative idea?
All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing State's
The
Exhibit
commercial on the
114,
TV, Jumbo
can you
Bucks.
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects to be?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they? Is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Okay. Why would you take this photo in State's Exhibit 102, capital?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front, I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Showing you State's Exhibit 118, capital. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes.
All right. How many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you State's Exhibit 103, capital. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
It's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right. Is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 108, capital. What are we looking at here?
There's also a defect in the wall near the, I guess there's a horn on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 105, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
Yes.
Were there defects downstairs?
Yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes.
And that is 110, capital. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
That's 3.
I am turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 113, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
All right. And is that defect where the State's cursor is pointing?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 122, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
Yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 124, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
Yes.
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 125, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes.
All right. Is that defect where the State's cursor is moving?
Yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, or excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does APD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Search it later if.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell casing evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and black powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, perform any testing on the shell cases that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you concluded?
The shell casings was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD crime lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did you prepare one for this case?
yes,
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
yes,
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown today?
yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you, it is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes,
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you authored?
yes,
Has it been changed in any way?
no,
Has it, does it accurately, fairly accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you authored it?
yes,
And or
Sound like he's closing up.
does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of photos that you took on that day?
yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes,
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 10 Kappa Kappa.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept a witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not cross such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted. This witness has already testified. The
Look at
record
Love.
itself would be cumulative of everything
Look at
that has
Love.
been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and what he did, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. And it doesn't, he did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained there. What is the crime scene date listed on the report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was there present, first responder that is?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is the crime scene
What
number?
is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report and just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes,
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
that's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
At this time, Your Honor, State has no further questions.
All right, do any of the attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch.
All righty.
And
we'll make sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give you all until, let's see, it's 1:30.
I was gonna say, I'm sure we're gonna start to hear some stuff before they actually lunch. Well, maybe they'll come back and do it before they start again. So we're pretty close to being outside of spoiler territory. Thank you for everyone for trying to hold it down and not spoil what's coming. And then I see some rumors going around that I don't think are confirmed that we'll talk about when we get there. And we'll see. I don't know when Whitaker is going to actually
All right,
mention.
we're going to need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available, or?
Where is Miss Hilton?
When I saw the email, I was sending word to have to come over, and she failed to come over.
Okay.
There was also the matter of preparing and getting the correspondence. She was collecting all of the correspondence she had. We had, I think, ready to give it to the court now too as well.
Okay.
And so if we can address at lunch as soon as she gets there, everything else, I think there was a matter of, because I didn't want permission to see the witness's attorney about.
You know what? Let's rewind. Let me slow this down. So did you hear? So this, I know you guys talked about an email that involved Hilton. And Love says that Hilton's ready to appear, come into court, and address this. And also mentioned that Hilton has gathered her other correspondence. So what do you think that that might be related to if we're talking about Hilton corresponding with somebody and Love is volunteering that information, that Hilton's gathering that correspondence in response to this thing about the email? So let me go back. Sorry, I forgot to slow it down. I know it's hard to hear too, so I definitely should have been quicker at putting it at normal speed for this part. Let's listen to it again. But yeah, to me, correspondence sounds like they're dealing with a witness. Dealing with a witness. I broke the stream.
We're gonna need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, I was sending word to her to come over, and, she's available to come over.
Okay.
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting to court, the correspondence she was collecting, all of the correspondence she had, when we had everything ready, and we're getting that to the court now too.
So Love is saying that she's also, meaning Hilton is also collecting all the correspondence and having that ready.
Okay.
And so if we can address at lunch as soon as she gets there, everything else, I think there were other matters I wanted to discuss. I didn't call for permission to see the witness's attorneys about,
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm gonna want to just,
So maybe that gathering correspondence wasn't what Whitaker was actually talking about. So two things.
discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't you, do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please?
Yes.
Okay.
We combined them as Adobe PDFs. Is the court disinclined to receive them electronically?
So y'all gave them to me electronically, what, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the
Well, you say of course, but you were supposed
didn't
to
do
have
it.
given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week was
Yes.
every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taken out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations and combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to
Okay.
clean that up.
Well, that's
Okay, they should have left that audio on right now, because this is not really addressing the camera off issue. Okay, so it sounds like two different issues were talked about there, right? So on one hand, Whitaker receives an interesting email and wants Hilton to be
I would
present.
like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
And we'll be able to skip that break. But yeah, it seems like Whitaker brings up an issue about an email she received and says that it's interesting and wants Hilton to come address it. Love takes that to be about something involving these emails she's supposed to turn over with correspondence between all the attorneys and the witness that they represent. And because Zachary's new, she thinks that this email is a new email from Zachary's new attorney. So she just assumes and rattles off a bunch of stuff. But Whitaker says, well, no, it's a different interesting email, but it's Hilton that I want to speak to it. So seems like two different issues going on there. And Andre Cook, thank you so much. Andre Cook had sent a CashApp just to point out a link to something the Black lawyer had posted. And guys, this is where discernment matters. This is where, you know, just because we see something, and I'm going to let you guys make your own decision here. But here I got this ping. So shout out to Andre Cook. The Black law student says, breaking news, YSL Judge Whitaker has read my letter on behalf of Quandarius Zachary's family in court when the cameras were asked to turn off. Now, all I'm going to say is, as a response from someone who is in the courtroom, a reporter that's in the courtroom, they're saying that this didn't happen. So, shout out to Maurice Dorch. Maurice is in the courtroom. You know, from what I know, reliable information. I followed Maurice for a little bit. And also a second reply here, double downing that this isn't actually what was discussed off camera. So just be careful when we see people claiming things. I mean, maybe Maurice is wrong. Maybe the Black law student is right. But Maurice doubles down here and says, I'm in the courtroom with headphones listening to everything, even what people in the court cannot hear. I can assure you she just mentioned Zachary's sister. Now, this weekend, Infamous Celia did a live stream. She didn't keep it up. She took it down. But Taylor Umbridge, so Taylor Umbridge is the one that put together this GoFundMe. It's pinned at the chat. Taylor asked during this live stream for information on how to send something to the judge's chambers. What's the contact information to actually get to Whitaker? So to hear this, Maurice Dorsch is saying, I'm here with headphones listening to it, and mentions Zachary's sister. And this weekend, Zachary's sister was looking for a way to contact Whitaker. So to me, my personal bucket is that this is the most credible detail and the most context we have about whatever this email holds. So you guys don't have to draw the same conclusion as I am. I'm putting both pieces out there for you. But Maurice goes on to say, and even still, no letters were read inside the courtroom today at any time. She mentioned that and the interesting email. So, I will link you to this reply thread if you want to check it out. Shout out to Andre Cook for putting it on my radar. But that's why I say, like, we can't always just, hey, we're hearing this and we repeat it in the chat. Always clarify that it's just something you heard. You're not sure if it's verified. Be clear about what the information is, how, the veracity of the information. Because I really don't want this chat, I love this chat so much, I don't want this chat to become the source of something that telephone games and goes out there as if it's true verified information when it's really not. So thank you so much for my spiel, listening to my spiel, you guys. That's all I really had on that part there. Yeah, that's really all. And also hilarious out of all of that, Love is like, oh, I'm already talking to Hilton. Hilton's going to come down here and she's gathering all the correspondence. But then what else do we find? The homework assignment that was due Monday morning, that the judge was like, well, then by lunchtime, the judge just now had to reiterate the digital copy is not what I want. I want a hard copy. That's what I've asked you for. And you didn't have it this morning. And Love is like, well, that email had all of the correspondence attached to it. Whitaker doesn't care. She doesn't care if it has all of the correspondence. She asked you for something that has nothing to do with you having transmitted it digitally. She wants a hard copy so you guys can sit and go over it in person together. Like, who else is surprised by that? Nobody. Nobody in the chat is surprised. Like, just a mess. Just a mess, Miss Love. And we haven't even had to hear her that much today. But she still found a way to just show she was unprepared and not even caring that she was being told she was unprepared. Big shout out to King and Queen for the 5 and saying, hit the like button. It's free. It doesn't cost a thing. Let's get this ratio higher. And where is Jenny Not From the Block? You can do the remix of a very famous song about love not costing a thing. Thank you so much for the 5, King and Queen. Ike says, oh my god, perfect timing, Ike. Ike says the state showed up without their homework again. Who in the chat, which one of you guys with dogs in the chat? Who ate Love's homework? Was it you, Chloe Albert? Was it your cute pupper, Angie? Who in the chat with the dog? Whose dog is responsible for eating Love's homework? So yeah, they show up. They start 15 minutes late. Again, the judge said that was because she had a separate matter. But then there's this whole issue about, did you hear Miss or Mr.? So laughed at what they thought they heard in her face. Yeah, Judge Whitaker's pissed. I mean, about time. I hope something comes from it, for sure. But great, anyone joining late. If you feel like you missed something this morning, it was testimony from people that are like, here's the damage to the house, here's how many shots were fired, here are the dates and names. But other than that, the other main takeaway is love was late again. The state was late. So thank you so much, Ike, for the nice recap. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, excuse me, sir, you're needed in New England to give some lessons on your testimony here today. So this is talking about the crime scene tech, I think, right? So Alfred Turner, Trooper Paul will cover your travel expenses. Yeah, just come up here and come testify for us. No shout out to Trooper Paul. No shout out to Trooper Paul. David says, gangs on YouTube, don't let ADA Love hear you say that. Yeah, guys, we got to be careful. Again, shout out to, I mean, this is just incredible. The 50 from Innocent Bystander, then Stephen Satchel and Rice Street, the Honorable Rice Street. Just incredible. But we got to be careful. We got to be careful, you guys, because we don't want to become part of this whole trial and whatever we want to call it, this mess of a trial. Thank you for the 5, David. Sweet S says, hey, Cat and Chat. Look at that, a capital C for the chat and 2 T's. I love that. I love that. Don't forget to hit the like. Thank you so much. I love the way you spelled chat there. I'm going to adopt that. Angie Lay gifted a sprinkle. Shout out to Angie Lay. And I've got to add Angie Lay to the banner because she just in the stealth, in the bushes, just constantly sprinkled gifted memberships. So big love to Angie, and I always love to see the cute picture of your dog. We'll get Angie in the banner there. Because it definitely adds up, and just little by little, more people turning green. Steven, thank you for sending another gifted membership. You're up to, I updated my banner, but that's 76 from Steven today. Thank you so much. Ike says, and that's the way we became the Brady Bunch. Yeah, we'll see what comes of it. We will see what comes of it. But, you know, the judge has a pattern of saying, well, you have it now. So, it's fine. It's fine. But again, messing with her court calendar and ruffling her feathers, she really doesn't like that. So when you ruffle up her pain points, that's when she seems to kind of have a stern hand and does more than wag her finger. And if the state wants to push her pain points and finally get in trouble, finally be held accountable for something, I'll take that means to an end. So thank you, Ike, for the 2. Chloe Albert's Revenge. I think this is a squirrel brain joke. Live, laugh, lobotomy with the brain. Guys, if you missed it earlier, we had a squirrel brain in the chat. It was a good time. Squirrel brain dropped on in here. But yeah, shout out to everyone coming up with the combinations of live, laugh, and something other than love. Marlena Mack says, the Black law student wrote the letter for the sister and emailed it. Okay, so that's the double. That would explain some of the overlap there. So that is interesting. That part I didn't know. Thank you so much for the 5 and for the info, Marlena. I'm surprised that they didn't just... I don't know. Are we verified on that? Because this is the circular logic here. This is where we're at with that. Seems like it's unclear still. But I see that it's being said. And Empress Fox today just seems to be paraphrasing what's in this quote. So is Empress Fox someone in the courtroom? Because this just seems like paraphrasing to add context so you can requote this. And then Black law student is adopting this person as being in the courtroom. So there's a little bit more context here. I still don't know, but I know Maurice Dorch has been in there with headphones listening to this trial on different days. I don't think it's clear that this detail, that the letter came out. I'm open to learning more about it. I'm open to learning more, but that's where I'm at. And then Non-Bigness says, How dare you throw a man? Yeah, exactly. So this is the situation that we're dealing with Quandarius Zachary. How dare you throw a man with 2 transfusions, blood transfusions, to jail? There's other ways to do this, especially Rice Street of all, not the Honorable Rice Street in the chat, you guys, the Rice Street. You're throwing someone in a prison that's falling apart and people are dying and they're getting eaten by like bed bugs and lice, and it's just not a good place to be when your health is already compromised. So 2 blood transfusions to jail, there's other ways to do this. And then the email might be more Brady material. And that wouldn't surprise me at all. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And we're going to get forwarded here. Okay, so it looks like we're about 40 minutes behind real time. So we're not that far behind anymore. Okay, so there's a Hilton. The Hilton email is separate. So Niru Neri says the Black law student also said later that they did read the statement letter from Zachary's sister that he helped write, but that the Hilton thing is separate from that. All right, so additional context there. But the reason I say that is because if we're suddenly saying it was read at a separate time, the initial tweet phrased it as if it was read while the cameras were asked to be turned off. So, you know, honestly, I'll wait to see. I think the best place would be Taylor Umbridge does go live on TikTok. I don't really use TikTok, but I'm sure she'll talk about it on TikTok when court's over today. And I just searched Taylor Umbridge, Lil D or YSL. I forget how I pulled her up. But if you guys want to go over to TikTok and look for her, if she posts an update today, that'd be the best source of information there. So there you go. There you go. And Joanna says, his dad say on the streets they call him Sick D. And I think people heard that reference while we were watching Detective Dennis. We rewatched Detective Dennis's direct testimony over the weekend. And someone noticed that Detective Dennis pointed this out, said Sick D. So, like, the state obviously should know that he has health issues. There's no playing around with that. But the state is the state. Thank you, Joanna. Truth Always Wins says, live, laugh, lose yourself in the moment. You own it. You better never let it go. Shout out to the reference. Thanks for the 5. And then there's Jenny Not From the Block. There you go. Shout out to Jenny Not From the Block. Love the name. Love the name. And thank you for the 10. So let's see what happens with all of this after lunch, if we get any clarification. There's Hilton. The cart. Shout out to the cart. Yeah, the next witness is on the stand. Peter Ortiz, I think this is a message for Lil D, says, plead the 5th, OG. Or you mean me? Yeah, I'm not taking a stance on the what was said over the break.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
The squeak.
Swear first, that's when you get that truth, what you're gonna do. State your name, have to state your name out before.
All right.
First and last, expect.
All right. Officer Hill, Sean, S-E-A-N, last name is Hill, H-I-L-L.
Good afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years,
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into wanted to do law enforcement after I got military.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out, and he recruited me to the department.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
Uh,
Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly go through it. We don't,
Yes, Your Honor.
as relevant to his.
Judge is losing her mind
position as
today.
police officer now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask more pertinent questions, Your Honor, in relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was a communication operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location for beat 110?
It's off of Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
How close, or what's the address on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway for that?
Precinct is 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working at night?
Maybe like a couple hundred yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day? April?
Yes, sir. I was working that day, and my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner, or were you working your single patrol car?
Just solo.
Okay. Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call, and I think a fight call at Pro Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Ballpark, rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in as.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway through your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually we have incidents that happen at Crucial that carry over into the neighborhoods. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired in the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, or let me ask you this, that night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you were working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1,
Mhm.
would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes. I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes.
Now, what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And back in, by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, when you, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive.
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area. Nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that way?
Because
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
it's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And I wanted to, or let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was,
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment, if you remember?
I don't remember that at that moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her, well, the call, her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were, and we was like in the living room area of by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or...
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima.
Yeah, guys. Police officer testimony, and they're having the same officers come up and testify to the same
Officer Hill, if
things.
you can do me a favor.
Very
and flip
boring.
through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima, and when you're done, just look up at me.
Shout out to Joanna. Maybe I could change Joanna to Joanna not man. Hilarious. The court reporter using her time wisely to blow her nose, get some water. And Brina says is wondering if maybe it was about the aunt married to cop, like fruit of the poisonous tree, but I'm not sure why Hilton would be the main person that the judge would be disappointed in if that's what this interesting email involving the need for Hilton to come forward would be about. So I don't think that that would be the topic for that particular item. But again, if Gaither was married to someone in closely connected to a co-defendant in this trial, I think we'll hear about that because a marriage license, it should be documented somewhere. So that's just a rumor, but if it can be verified, I'm sure it will be with due time. So thank you for the 2, Brina. And thank you for using question marks. Oh, and they just cut the sound in the court for this part while they're shuffling through the evidence. Marlena Mack says state's corruption is finally pissing Judge Whitaker off. I honestly think it's the time management and just being called out about Miss versus Mister, questioning her on what she said. But either way, you know, means to the end, if she'll hold them accountable, works for me. But, you know, that's always a guessing game. Will we actually see that? And I do think it's palpable, her frustration today, the judge. All right, he just got through all the papers, so hopefully they'll bring the sound back. Thank you for the 2, Marlena.
Yes, sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casings that we covered from the scene.
Are they fair and accurate of the photographs in the scene that you responded to on April 28, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence States Exhibits 3 through 64, Lima.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12, Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish States Exhibit 3, Lima first. Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122,
Oh, yes, sir.
and turning to 4 Lima. Is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima. Or I'll take a step back. When you first mentioned her back porch, what was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me in the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went through her couch as well.
I'm going to walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill.
Okay.
Publishing 7 Lima. Can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's toward the bottom of the door or glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when it made entry through the door or the glass, it went directly to the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm going to publish 9 Lima. Is 9 Lima, is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima. Can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Oh, yes, sir.
And 11 Lima. Where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the damage, the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
You direct my mouse, or you tell me, are you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen, though.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Miss Battle, I walked outside where her bathroom was at, and just cased the area, and that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, after you looked through Miss Battle's and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out?
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did the welfare check, I realized no one was in the home, so we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima. Is this the inside of or the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets were hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm gonna turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, with what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And is that, do you know what type of, either what that is? Does that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of this apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did? Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It was right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, the hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm gonna actually go with a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes.
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
Yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes.
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet, projectiles, or debris in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the all white flat shoe.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm gonna move. Is that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recover the shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. You see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. Excuse me, publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28, as depicted on 60 Lima Lima, next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to
Oh, poor court reporter. That's gotta suck being the court reporter, but your nose is running and you gotta keep typing and find a moment to. That's gotta suck.
Now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no, sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
Between 20, 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial is crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close?
Close.
Or
No,
not?
it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working in Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights at Club Crucial?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which is the location of Club Crucial. Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club Crucial?
A lot.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
At that time, maybe a few hundred.
Now, should be coming up momentarily, Officer Hill. So we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with the jury.
And guys, so there were 4 separate addresses for the April 28th, 2015 drive-bys. And again, that is really Tameka and Garlington, Monktunk, and Lil D is wrapped up in there too. Well, Quandarius, Zachary, Lil D, because Tameka and Garlington's also Lil D.
So, Officer Hill, do you see a shell casing in 33 Lima Lima next to placard number 2?
Yes.
And do you know what type of shell casings were on scene?
Not at that moment, I did.
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were 9mm shell casings.
Was there any other type of shell casings that you found on scene?
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
That's all right.
casing was.
Going back to placard number 4, which is 35 Lima Lima, where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some underneath vehicles, were they scattered throughout G Drive, or were they not?
Yes, they were scattered out throughout the drive.
Now, since you've been working in Zone 1, at least in regards to night shift, when you come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m., when do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Towards the end, so anytime after 4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
When we first come on, around 10, 12.
And when you got to the scene, roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out at that time?
No.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima, is there another shell casing from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to .43 Lima Lima. In 43 Lima Lima, while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not?
Yes.
And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles or debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
I'm going to turn back to .62 Lima Lima. Using .62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
To the on the right side of the
I'm sorry,
photograph?
yes, to the right side of the photo.
Like this is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mhm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific
Yes,
area?
they were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were not able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
What's your response?
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before, Your Honor. Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants at apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we've walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them in as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and so we take all evidence and property.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, as soon as I do my initial report, they'll get assigned to an investigator, and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief on.
And remember, like, it's really the source of these weapons. They think that little D was Quandarius Zachary was the one that was purchasing guns under orders from Young Thug Jeffrey Williams, giving them to people like Woody and Tameka Garlington and Mungtunk, Antonio Sledge, so they could carry out the orders from Jeffrey Williams using those guns that Quandarius Zachary was purchasing. So these 4 shooting incidences from April 28th, 2015, they're going to end up also recovering a firearm from Kenneth Copeland at the Dunbar
Your Honor,
Center.
no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
All right, do any of
Interesting.
the, defense counsel have questions?
And use that gun to tie back to Quandarius Zachary.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Anyone else? No questions. All right, officer, thank you for your time. You're excused.
All right, so we're done with that
You ready for the
witness.
next
So
case?
as boring as
Stay
that is,
calm.
at least it's
Senior Analyst Cody
pertinent.
Daniels to the stand.
Oh, we have an easel. We have a demonstrative.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Now, see, state the first and last name for the court. Slide into the microphone.
And we should be closer and closer to getting caught up.
Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of record, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're a custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content, any internet records that are available.
So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
And you also talked about you keep records with text.
Okay, that should be made more clear. When you say based on the user's location, does that mean their account location or their current, wherever they're located at that given moment in time? They should make this clear for the jury. So if my phone bill is registered, I buy my phone in Georgia, my address is Georgia, but I go on vacation to California. Clarify this for the jury because that was not clear.
Text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where these, which is the brain of the network, where it's located. So that's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay. And what is cell site information?
Cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account?
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill. You have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. So you receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you like it to be listed as.
So someone can call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the reason for your testimony here. Did Verizon Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
All right, so since they're paused real quick, this seems like a summary witness, which is a way that without vardiring someone as an expert on technology or some type of specialty, if someone is familiar with how records look, they can come in and basically read those records into the record in the court. It's not unusual. But if you wonder why you don't hear any, I don't think we're going to get to a, Your Honor, we move to like introduce her as an expert witness. She's not going to explain to us the technology behind how cell phones power on, power off, send signals, anything like that. And I think they prepped this witness. It sounds like she was prepped because the witness knew the importance of distinguishing between prepaid can be under any name, which is probably something the state told the witness that they plan to ask about, talk about. Okay, now they're approaching at the bench over this? I mean, I don't get, is this like some type of cell phone record log or billing or account information that they should have hashed out already? And is Hilton up there? Like, what are we doing? And shout out to Tabiz TV. I was saving this to get an update. So Tabiz has a video premiere coming up sometime later in the week. I wanted to see if he was doing anything today. But super awesome and fun content creator. And if you don't already subscribe, check the chat right now because you can go and do that. You will not regret it. You will not regret it. So Tabiz TV seems like he's inviting us all to karaoke. We're all going to sing T-Pain. We're all going to do T-Pain at karaoke. All right, so is this like... Okay, it's not a long break. They come like right back. Cool beans. Also, big shout out to G Lander, who says Black law student wrote the letter on behalf of Quandarius Zachary's sister, but the letter is signed by Quandarius Zachary's sister as if it was her that wrote it. That's why it's confusing. Got it. So that might be who emailed, but it still wasn't read out loud in the courtroom. So that's a confusing hullabaloo. But I'm surprised. And I also want to know, I wish we could hear what Hilton was talking about right now. That would be wonderful. Because like some of these moments that really would be in the public interest are exactly what's outside of the camera. Thank you so much, G Lander. Good to see you. Non-bigness, and this is kind of hand in hand with what the Quandarius Zachary and his sister's concerns. The lawsuit that would have happened based on putting his life at risk willfully, knowingly, would be a wrongful death lawsuit. And I could see why, you know, if Judge Whitaker becomes aware of that, why it would piss her off. Especially, we don't know for sure who signed off on that affidavit to obtain this materials witness warrant. It doesn't need to be the trial judge. It could be any judge. But I wouldn't want to sign off on something without knowing important context, and the state seems to omit important context. So this is a real possibility. And they're back still looking at the stuff on the computer. Hilton is very tall. And then Kins MW, good to see us, has just got in. How has today been? State was late on their homework. Oh, we got to squeak its love's chair. Judge seems frustrated with them not being ready, but we'll see if anything comes from that. And it's been a lot of testimony from police officers, largely focusing around these April shootings, April 2015. So you didn't really miss too much. Let me update the squeak counter. It's hilarious at his love seat right now. And big shout out to TronMan64, great channel. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the chat here as well. Welcome aboard.
The first approach was exhibited 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta. Some of you recognize 464 Yankee, Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
And first was 464 Yankee. How do you recognize 464 Yankee?
This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content.
And was it reviewing the content?
The cell phone records, call details, text message, content.
And is that the content that would have been sent to the requester after requesting?
Yes.
Now look at 464 Yankee Alpha, 464 Yankee Alpha.
This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record.
And the 464 Yankee Alpha.
This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers.
And do those items appear to be the complete item from what you review of what was given to the Atlanta Police Department regarding this request for that?
Yes.
You're right, this happens to be like 10 exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
There is admitted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 1 Tango Tango.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the content that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha, does there appear to have been any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha into evidence.
Admitted and potentially subject to the same if we need to deal with that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Senior Analyst Daniels, I want to first start with 464 Yankee. And 464 is specific Yankee Alpha. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Alpha, if you can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you could just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that will be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the tower to tell it what to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asked for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site. So this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. The first serving cell face. So that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call, where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this record? I'm sorry, what agency?
This was for the done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
It was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what we can scroll in. What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number that was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
I'm sorry. Let's see if I can begin to work. And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account.
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept Sean Hall could be the person, or it could be any name that they chose.
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I will briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not going to go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published. We'll come back to that. All right.
I
Now
do
looking
think
at State
the
Exhibit
paper
1,
helps for
Tango-
dates.
Tango.
Because I
And
can't
publish
hear
in one
dates
Tango
and
Tango
process the
Alfred.
dates. But if I see the number, I can like, I don't know, it's like my brain can map it onto a calendar, like a timeline. But otherwise, I don't know, we rewatched Detective Dennis, and when Love was writing on the paper, and that was just messy. She was like testifying through the way she was writing on that paper. So, the one benefit is outweighed.
Looking at State Exhibit 1 Tango Tango Alpha. What are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Okay. And for this record, when was this request made?
This request was made February 11th, 2022.
And who made this request?
This was done by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And looking at 1 Tango Tango Alpha, what is contained in column A?
Column A is the target number that was provided by the requester to search.
And what is that target number?
That's 706-578-0999.
And when was the search requested for?
The search was requested, are you speaking about the time frame?
Yes.
The time frame of the search was from February 6, 2022 to February 11, 2022.
And looking at column D, what does MTN stand for?
That's the mobile phone number.
And is that the same number as the target number?
Correct.
All right. And moving to the left. To the right. When it says business name, please forward to reseller, what if anything does that mean?
That just means that this phone number, it's not a Verizon number, but it's one of our resellers that uses our towers for service.
And what reseller was this?
Track phone.
And when it says MTN effective date, what is that?
That's just telling us the start of the phone number when it was started.
And on this, does it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in 1 Tango Tango. I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay, and going from left to right, you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. So I just lost where I was. Oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first. If slide over to J, originating MIN is an internal identification. It's not something for other parties. Terminating MDN is the person who received that text message. So again, if I send you a text message, my number is going to be originating. Your number is going to be terminating. And again, terminating MIN is an internal number. Has nothing to do with anything outside of Verizon.
And what would be in the last column?
It would have the content of the message.
And the content column, does it have the content as it's texted on the phone or on the device?
Now that's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transpired through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like was texted.
Does Verizon Wireless manipulate what's contained within the content column?
No.
All right. Court's indulgence for one moment. And we're trying to fix one issue.
All right.
Oh, Ike, I know the song. I don't know the artist, but I know the 8675309 song. Do not know the artist. And didn't know the name was Jenny. Unless they're going to show us like a juicy message, I don't think the jury really... I'm not going to make a broad stroke assumption, but I think it's difficult to pay attention to stuff like this. Tommy Two-Tone. Chat is going bananas.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to the 2015 request?
Yes.
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
I don't.
Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
The Steel is crossing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit number 1TT?
Sure.
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, but something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
In so many words.
Can you do me a favor? What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I ask, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing, like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No,
tell
I
you.
understand. It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column.
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I'm saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns,
Correct. They're
phone
all
number,
accurate.
duration.
They're all accurate.
Okay, it's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No, shaking heads, no. Okay, any redirect? All right,
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
It comes from what was sent through the network, through the switch.
Okay, so it's still information, just like, okay. Is it,
you may rephrase.
thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible it's not the entire text or parts of the text? Sounds like it does,
Yeah.
sustained. Let me ask a better question. What do you mean by the fact that it would come in what you just said?
What I mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is transpired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
Okay, so what did we get from that?
Thank you. All right, Ms. Jill. Okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness.
So it's not
Okay. All right, well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break.
it's not clear if the messages in the records would be complete, and emojis seem like it could trip it up. And we know that these guys, because they love to show us a social media post with all the emojis, we know they love to use emojis, which means a higher rate of something not being legible. So where did we move the needle? Where did we move the needle?
Maybe approach at the bench with a member of the defense.
Sure. Yes.
All right, and they're
if you're finished
approaching
with
at the
that,
bench.
Go ahead and take it down.
And we're
Yes.
almost
also have a
caught up,
brief
you guys. We're
advisory
15
matter that
minutes.
I'd like to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. You want us to do that first? Or,
I'd like to approach.
okay.
Approachy McApproacherton. And shout out to Chloe. I saw FFS has joined us in the chat, but while we were missing FFS, our resident way to vicariously vent by saying someone's name without actually cursing in the chat, Chloe Alberts Revenge gave us a Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, which was very good. Very good timing there. And yeah, I'm missing the ABCs of Steel a little bit. Thank you so much for the 2, Chloe. Matt Rose is wondering the same thing we all are. We want to know about what this Hilton email. Why are we raising an eyebrow at Hilton? The state, really. Hilton specifically, but that also means the state. What did Whitaker find interesting? Why does she think it's interesting? Well, we get to hear anything from Hilton, who personally, I think Hilton should have been called as a witness in this trial already, but wouldn't it be cool if there was finally a reason that the judge agreed that Hilton should get on the stand and be a witness to things that she has personal knowledge of? I would love to see it. So Matt Rose, I think you're speaking for a lot of us in the chat. We want to know. We want to know about this Hilton email. Or email about Hilton. And then Bama Rose, thank you so much again for being a member for 1 month. Yeah, the whiteboard. Didn't help. I don't know what we're supposed to take from that witness. And then you guys remember if you said Tommy Two-Tone, you got it right. I loved the Mike Jones, the little troll Mike Jones. That was a great one too. Chance says, fun little side note with the chat trivia. If you dial that number, you get a pawn shop that's about 2 minutes from my house in Cedar City, Utah. Shout out to that pawn shop. I wonder how long they've had that number. They should call a records custodian in this trial to tell us how long this pawn shop has held that number. Even though it wouldn't be relevant, who cares? That is awesome. That is awesome trivia, Chance. Thank you for the 5. Chloe says that needle right through our collective eye. No, oh gosh. I have a thing about imagining eye pain. Oh my gosh. And then Intuitive Butterfly became a member. Thanks for joining. And I see everybody saying, don't fast forward, don't miss it, don't miss it, don't miss it. So yeah, they look like they're about to come right back. We will not mess up and skip it. And Chill Panda says, how do we know it's an email about Hilton? It might not be an email that says the word Hilton in it, but the judge said she got an interesting email and wanted Hilton to be here to speak about it. So that's the association that we know. And again, always grateful when people ask us a question, keeping things straight in here. And good to see you, Chill Panda.
Yeah, I think a couple of the jurors are going to come grab their things that they might have left out here, and I'm going to excuse them for the day. So let's let them do that, and then we'll take the recess, and then we'll reconvene.
The smile she just gave. Oh, a squeak! You guys said not to fast forward. There's a squeak.
Thank y'all. Didn't know that when I sent y'all out for the break.
Wow. So the jury's getting sent home yet again after a half day on Thursday and an all day home on Friday, which apparently a juror was sick. So different circumstance. And 403 is ready. You missed a lot of 403.
Thanks. All right, let's take a 10-minute or so recess and then reconvene.
All right, so we will skip this recess. Oh, we got another squeak right there. Guys, we somehow got up to 5 squeaks today after a dry spell. So that's a good time. And Chill Panda, we've sort of gone through this, so it does seem like the Black law student helped Taylor Umbridge write an email, but it's not clear. It seems like there were 2 different things, and somebody that was in the courtroom, Maurice Dortch, said, you know, he's still listening. He's got the earpieces in even when the cameras can't show what's going on, and said that the sister was mentioned, but there was no reading of any letter or email. So we still don't actually know exactly what it was. So there's been a lot of debate within that thread from the Black law student. If you guys want to try to decipher it yourself, and it's spread across a few threads, but here's one of them that I happen to have handy. So in either case, I mean, the judge probably has some awareness of maybe circumstances that were used for this material witness warrant that got Quandarius Zachary roped up when he was leaving the hospital for a blood treatment on Friday and kept him in Rice Street until this morning. So either way, whether it was one thing or there's 2 separate issues, I feel confident saying that the issue or issues are something that are not good for the state. That's my my stance there. Whatever's going on, probably not good for the state. And again, speaking of Quandarius Zachary, there is a link pinned at the top of the chat. I'll put it in the chat again for a GoFundMe started by Taylor Umbridge, his sister. And just link to it in the chat there if you want to help out, because he had to retain an attorney. And you already know, needing an attorney in this case, you can need it for weeks because of the way this court moves. And we do have a little bit that we can skip without me messing things up. Wait, so are they just not back? Okay, there's nothing for us to catch up on, I don't think. So we're about to be back in real time, and they're not back yet. So we're finally caught up. And no Tameka, no Lil D testimony today, but his attorney did speak and say, you know, his attorney seemed a bit out of the loop, worried about the health conditions of Lil D being held in Rice Street. He said he wouldn't survive if he's held like that. He's had several blood transfusions in the last 10 months. And then Love and Whitaker both said, well, they had a different story reported by the sheriff this morning. So it seems like the attorney is not even all the way in the loop, which suggests, in my opinion, the state was communicating with the sheriff's office for transport. And I don't really know the exact outcome of that. But I think it's interesting that the attorney was out of the loop, but Love knew. So, but crazy, crazy, crazy stuff going on. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, Eric Rose says it's hilarious. Whitaker thinks this will go by fast. I mean, all she does is get upset that things are late, but then lets them be late anyway. So the problem is going to keep happening. And Biff, yeah, I agree. Whatever it is, not good. We are in real time now. We are in real time. And Ms. Vicky May, so Dirty Rotten State has this sick man in jail and not even the med unit. So there was, it was said that they moved him, the family got word that he was moved to the medical unit, but then you guys, rightfully so, came right out and said, well, you know, we are aware that the medical unit isn't any better. I think Woody, you guys pointed out that Woody said it just as much in that interview he did with DJ UTV. So, okay, they technically put him in a medical unit, but is it just like a different name? Is it really going to be better care? And then this is all for material witness warrant. It's not like he's brought up in custody because he did something. They got him into custody because they probably told a judge. And I don't know if we got an update. Aubrey in the chat was looking. When I saw the news of his arrest, it gave his name, and we know it was Friday, but it didn't show the affidavit and what judge signed off on it. So the trial judge doesn't need to be the judge that signs off on a warrant. Typically, if you need a warrant, you're going to go to someone that you think is available to sign off on it for you. And oftentimes I've seen in a lot of situations where the person signing the warrant is someone different. However, in any case, if they omitted important information, that's not going to be a good look. But if they omitted important information to Whitaker and then Whitaker signed off on something and this is what she's pissed about, I think we might actually get some action from Whitaker today, finally. But I don't know. I thought they were back. They cut the sound again. So this is just all day. You guys in the chat are predicting, what if it was Glanville? Oh boy. That would be bold. What's going on back there? They all look jolly. Everybody's smiling back there at the defense tables. So Amy, it was reported by someone who's in the court. We're going to get there. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. And you can also drop your email, Amy. So there is some back and forth going on about this, where someone who's listening in court says that this letter was not actually read in court and that there might be two separate things going on. This letter and a different email, like the letter might have been emailed, but then there's also a different email. So I will give you a link, defer you to the thread, because honestly, I can't make a confident conclusion either way. I can just say that somebody is challenging the notion. And I'll drop the link in the chat for everybody. But somebody is challenging the notion that somebody actually read this letter out or that anybody in the courtroom knows about this specific letter. So this is the thread there. And then thank you for the 10, Amy. Always good to see you, especially hanging out with you on Friday. That was such a good time. Drop your email, though. I'll put mine in the chat, too.
5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it. But some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the
And
thing down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, you know, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start with whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he
He
wasn't.
won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did
Oh.
not plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay.
indictment.
All right, great, then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes,
I may have misunderstood Miss Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications, I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that, or
saying
did I mishear you?
That's the whole point of that. No, the whole point was to provide plea negotiation.
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
yeah,
Sorry, but you got to double check with Love.
okay. Mr. Schardt, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen. The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. That one added
Oops.
column is,
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
and so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D, and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M. So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
Alright.
added those.
Let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we publish this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D and M?
Other than D and M. So
So y'all are gonna withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over two columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
Or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document and replace it with the right. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen.
Cell site, yes.
Okay. Okay, let's try to be a little more careful, please.
Yes, and we will, Your Honor, yes.
Anything else on that?
I mean, and not that this is correct. We do expect the evidence will come out that these are Demise McMullen
Okay.
records, but we will make sure it is the right records.
Okay, and actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great, but that just reminded me, we've had two sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom
403.
reviewed
403.
127 pictures on the stand. And they actually did that pretty fast, but is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to when we're talking about, the actual people that took the photos who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection, and this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you reviewed them outside everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos,
Yeah.
they had actually initialed every one of,
Yeah.
like, they had reviewed.
Right,
all
but
of
when
them.
when they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, you know, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just review, you know, you just now reviewed these outside, you know, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're going to do it again. But
Oh, I got
anybody
you.
have a problem with us, you know, maybe like cutting out a minute or two here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, you know. from
Doug
now
is gonna
on, maybe
stand up
it'll
and
save
clap.
us a day or something. I don't know. Okay. All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Miss B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it, because at some point,
Miss
the
Bennett?
investigator says so. We'll
Miss
let
Bennett.
the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge
Oh, Miss
said,
Bell?
I have to
Denise
appear,
Bell?
when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And the only other thing, just for, you know, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I
Miss
think
Bennett?
she's very much going to make that clear from the stand.
Lucci's mom?
One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that
Because Lucci's name is Rayshawn Bennett. Does Lucci's mom have the same last name? Is she a Bennett? Is that Miss B?
she, one second, let me confirm something real quick.
Okay. So it's because I closed it too far, but it's like when you're signing. If it closes all the way, does it like disappear? Because that could be something I did. Thank you. It's just the.
Well, it wouldn't be Miss Bell because Miss Bell already took the stand.
Your Honor, we can evaluate that.
Okay.
And
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think, I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses. There may be
Okay.
a need to bring in.
Oh, yes, right. Thank you. Okay, so, yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to,
Miss, to Miss,
not Bell?
Bees, no, Miss,
Okay.
it was Officer Hill.
Was it Officer Hill? I don't think so. I think it was before that. Oh, yes. Who the neighbor was. Who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections. And I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. And now the state needs to bring in 1 or 2 or 3 more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you going to make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand. So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing
Okay.
right there. We had provided a list that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with, I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the, maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if, there are certain objections, they're just that are
Okay.
sustained.
So, maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to XYZ. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're going to make the objection, that's fine. Y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time, and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know. Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Shana, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if we want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now.
I
Sunlight.
don't know. I think, were y'all going to get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And
gonna
you're
get-
not ready on
No,
that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right,
Okay, and do we know when they're going to be, this week, a month from now?
I'm checking because my partner,
Is
not
that
the
where in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our,
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said?
Turner
hurt
took
their
the
back?
stand.
there were 2, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back.
Or,
And obviously.
Doing what?
The other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
right. Yeah, so, right. So there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you
And we
still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
they may get moved.
Okay.
We also want, as we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay, so I guess maybe just let us know first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
All right, and with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was gonna give me something. Are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief, we have to file the brief,
Okay.
but we have the brief written, yes.
Okay, okay.
And let's see what else. And I think that we are. Let's see what else we need.
Yeah, I think AS might be Antonio someone, but there's so many witnesses that you can't just necessarily narrow it down because someone shares the initials. Oh, Miss Battle,
I'm
yes, that's
recounting everything.
the lady with the B, the
We're gonna
apartment.
work on
That could have been it.
We are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
Still working
paring
on
that
that.
down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that,
Okay.
like what is in and what's out for those,
Just
maybe just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And again, GoFundMe
Honor.
for
Yes.
Quandarius Zachary
Because
is
of that
pinned in the
need
chat.
To rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So we are, first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in. But
No,
it is
you need to
likely
have
that
another
we
witness.
will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because-
So yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and
assume-
we're just,
Do you know which kind of set of acts you're gonna go to?
they're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
Can you let them know by like 8 o'clock tonight?
yes, as
If
long as
it's
we can.
not the people you put on before,
8
like,
o'clock, what time zone?
who you think it is gonna be?
Yes, and yes, we need to
Okay.
find out, we really need to find out one status of one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses.
We can do that.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Like, there was no reason for her to try to make an excuse there. Just tell who your plan B witness is, identify that witness, and let the defense know your order might change, but if it changes, this is who we're going to call.
So are
And
there
this is
other
the exhibits that matter
matters
for that witness. Like, this is nuts.
deal with?
This is stupid.
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and
right.
to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the like 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and
Do work, get something
deal
done.
with potential evidentiary issues. Right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably the one that's gonna be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to deal with some evidentiary issues. Okay?
This
I'll
is
say
so
this,
stupid.
and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele files after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need an opportunity to look through
Yeah.
that
Yes.
filing, and we can work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay, yeah, anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay,
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
right.
The last witness said that column in 1 TT, she could not verify its accuracy, and she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just wanted to give you, if you want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases, but that will be an objection. And that
Sounds
was
like the message
preserved,
column.
I know by, we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything,
And
it
that's
would,
my
that objection that wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth. Is
Yeah.
that right?
And you blacked out. This honorable court ordered it blacked out. So there's
Okay.
I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm
Okay.
just saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text messages.
All right. And do y'all want to respond right now or at all, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document, but the document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column, but it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes. When I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the record is what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
Is what Verizon has.
is what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She would, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about, does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Miss Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was
Right.
on direct.
And then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon, that comes from the switch/network essentially. So.
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
Yeah, I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to.
There was a motion this morning.
essentially the kind of thing we had, I understood it to be not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that witness.
I mean, apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
Well, I don't, no, I did not, I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation before this honorable court for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor,
He
for me,
would
that
not-
argument would go to wait on this.
Steele would not have asked the specific questions he asked when he chose to cross that witness if this wasn't the case. Steele is right.
She said that these are the records that Verizon gets. These are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records. And it was probably authenticated because there was no authentication objection at the time in which the records were tendered and admitted. And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe since 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are
cart.
authenticated.
I mean, I really do think that if there was gonna be an authentication objection to that column, even, that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, you know, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
Based on
I'll
what
look
she
at,
said
the
before she
waiver
said it.
issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench, and then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out, and now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived, because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion. And
they may not be able to. I'm just saying, you know, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect, and I don't believe that that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But I can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Well, she
Your Honor, I believe
clarified
she
it can't
did.
be authenticated.
I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record, from the switch. So this is,
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
Your Honor, I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return. But again, she confirmed that the records that are entered are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, but I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no,
Right.
because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If
Right.
there's a challenge to the content,
I
that
mean,
is.
I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I think that that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
Well,
And I mean, if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else? Today? No? All right.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, don't.
Do something.
Just-
Get it done. Do your
Please
homework.
continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right.
Well, I made it buffer. I'm dropping a link in the chat to a joint motion by all the defense attorneys. I'm assuming the state has to respond to each of these issues, so that will be homework on the state's table. I don't know why it's still buffering, but it is. StreamYard has not liked other tabs being opened.
So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All right, I'll see y'all then.
And did the court give you till in the morning to, so you wanted these things, these?
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first
thing in the morning.
8:45.
Love always makes it end on a bad note for her. Whitaker was just raising her voice with the defense a little bit. We could have ended with, something that at least, even though it shouldn't have, it sounded bad for the defense, because Whitaker seemed like she was more frustrated with Steele than with Hilton, when the real issue is just recall the Verizon witness. But Love had to pipe up and make herself look stupid at the end of the day. Just cap it off. So 8:45, she has to have everything turned in. But yeah, so I did drop and I'll pull it up on the screen. It's 10 pages, so we could look through it, but a lot of it's going to be kind of like lost on us until we actually see the specific exhibits. A lot of it relates to Antonio Sumlin, which is why when Doug Weinstein inquired about keeping the identity of AS seems to have requested not to be shown on camera. AS was a indicted co-defendant that took a plea deal. So all of his charges, I think, related to conspiracy. But he pled out, and I'm pretty sure AS might refer to him. But this that I'm dropping in the chat, Thugger Daily had posted it. Let me get Thugger Daily's original share of it. That way you guys can support Thugger Daily. But really, it's a bunch of, these photographs are cumulative, 403 objections, or there's no foundation, or this person's unidentified. So a lot of the same issues we're hearing, but what the defense is doing is, now that the state has actually identified the witnesses they plan to call and the exhibits they plan to tender through that witness, the defense gets to make their objections known ahead of time, which is not something that we've seen consistently be available for the defense to do through the rest of the state's case in chief, because the state likes to introduce everything last minute, if at all. So that's what's going on here in each of these issues. The state should be prepared to make a counter argument. So extra homework on their plate, extra homework on the plate of the state. But a joint, really cool. You can see Steele, Adams, Matthews Jr. Let's not skip senior and junior, father and son. Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, Lamar Gardner, Angela DeWilliams, Doug Weinstein, Maxwell Schardt. It's a whole party signing this document, this joint motion. So shout out to the defense there. And again, dropping the link there if you want to check that out. We also, guys, we have clarification. That email was about somebody named Mrs. B, which I think is Miss Battle. Thank you guys in the chat for recalling Miss Battle's name. The neighbor who was next door when one of the drive-bys was happening. She said she didn't want to be identified as a victim. So it seems like all that email stuff was in relation to an email that Miss Battle sent, concerned about being called as a witness and not wanting to be called a victim in that process. And then one other thing I wanted to show was, and Thugger Daly's so sharp, he clipped it. Here's a link to the clip of Steele's very short cross. And let me pull this up. Because you'll be able, like, if you missed it while it was happening, you can see that Schardt was well prepared for this witness, knew what he had to ask, and knew the argument he was just making that, you know, Judge Whitaker didn't really know what to do with. So, shout out to Thugger Daly for the excellent clipping.
What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I ask, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, you know, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No,
to
I
tell
understand.
you.
It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column?
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
What happens, like,
So there you go. That's that clip there. So hopefully if you missed it, because that was a very short cross, if you missed it, that's exactly what Steele was trying to unearth. You know, this message column, you can't really tell what's in it. You know, emojis could mess it up. All these other factors could mess it up, and you cannot authenticate what's actually in that column, and the witness confirmed. Now, whether or not this gets in, you know, it's possible the jury will remember this exchange and say like, well, if there's emojis and if there's words, we don't know if this is actually accurate. We don't know if it's complete. So there's that. Otherwise, you know, still a pretty repetitive and boring day getting in, you know, the officer and the crime scene tech going over the same. What were the two terms that they used? What was the D word? A defect? The defect versus damage. Which is not really the most fun thing to listen to. A lot of it was cumulative, but it is important at least one time to get some information out there about how many shots were fired, you know, where were the locations of the shots. You can't just not bring that stuff into a trial. But you don't really need to go through picture by picture unless a specific location of the shot is somehow relevant. Like this one, there's a hole right behind where I got hit in the arm, and this is where it exited my arm and then went into the wall. Like that could make that specific bullet hole damage relevant. We didn't need Atkins and Brown to go through like 36 images. But yeah. And Brown is joining so late. Hey, N Brown, we missed you too. Yeah, the banana clip. I can't hear the word banana anymore because of this trial without imagining Judge Whitaker yelling to get the banana out of the courtroom. Plus, you know, I've played a lot of Mario Kart in my life. But let's see what you guys are saying. Chloe Albert, you are right on it. The state seems to be committing their own overt acts in furtherance of this turd burger of a case. Yeah, I've heard nothing burger, but turd burger is hilarious. Turd burger's like, it's a whole lot of something that's still nothing. Thank you so much for the 5, Chloe. G Lander says, and this is really, again, the GoFundMe is pinned for Quandarius Zachary at the top of the chat. Give it some thought if you're willing. G Lander says, I'm a nurse practitioner who's taking care of hospitalized patients with acute sickle cell disease exacerbation. It can be excruciatingly painful. Yeah, it's nothing to play with. And even when you're released from the hospital, you have downtime. You're not, I mean, and I only know this speaking from an experience that I learned from a friend who deals with it. You know, they are not themselves when they get the treatment. They need some time to relax. And honestly, their mood changes. And I don't know if it's they don't want to feel like a burden, but mentally, they always want a period of time to themselves after they've spent some time doing the blood transfusions. And so, you know, it's not just physical pain. It's also the mental scope of it, missing work, having to take time off work. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's not just like, you know, I have a headache today and I'm going to lay down and tomorrow I'll be back in business. It's really something that, you know, I don't know what it feels like physically, but I've watched it really bring down one of the otherwise most happy, joyful, sunshiny people I know for weeks at a time. So just, you know, guessing from that information, I can imagine that excruciating pain is probably selling it short. So G Lander, thank you for the insight there and for the 5. Again, if you guys wanted to help contribute to the GoFundMe, it's pinned in the chat, but I'm dropping it in the chat again. And that is to help Quandarius Zachary. Kevin Kirksey says, peanut butter sandwiches, loves getting ready. I guess that's the silver lining, right? All these little arguments today, at least it wasn't really too many being argued or too much questioning being done by... We didn't hear that much love today, so that's the silver lining of the day. You were right. Otherwise, we would have had all the details about the peanut butter that was in the pantry at the crime scene. Thank you so much, Kevin. Dorothy became a new member. I think I'm going to have to update my banner. Love your picture and bright smile, Dorothy. Super, super pretty smile. M. Shannon says, month 3. Thanks, Kat, for gifting the first month. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm glad you didn't get sick of us. And look, another smile in the profile picture, but I think this is from maybe a mini M. Shannon. So cute. G. Lander says, it's fundamentally unfair to expect defense to be doubly prepared. Yeah, you gotta know your objections before the witness says what you don't want them to say. Blah, 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 blah. The defense needs to do everything. Carry the torch, pass the torch, light the torch, put the torch out, then light it back again. Even though the defense, on a lot of things, doesn't bear the burden. You want to introduce evidence? You know, you got to show that it's relevant. But we hear a lot more from the defense saying why something isn't relevant. And then we get a lot from Whitaker that's just, well, I get where you're going, but you should have said this at a different time. So does that mean you're letting evidence in that shouldn't come in time because that shouldn't come in because it's too late? Because that to me sounds like you're admitting something shouldn't come in. But when the state is late with everything, it's fine. It's fine. 8:45 a.m. tomorrow. We'll see if that pattern repeats itself. G. Lander, thank you so much. Black Butterfly says, why is Whitaker trying to make sense of this? Because she wants to allow those phone records to come in without any friction. She wants them to come in. Now, that's probably not the end of us seeing those phone records. I'm sure that when other witnesses are called, we're going to refer to specific correspondence, times of calls, times of messages, maybe even specific alleged contents of messages. So, you know, what we see with this witness, we're like, well, what was the point of that? The point of her coming in is so that these records can be tendered and we can refer to them with other witnesses later on. So, really important decision here, and Whitaker wants them to come in. That's why she's trying to make sense of it. Ooh, we have some all caps from Steven Satchel, so this is going to be good. Thank you for the 10. The content isn't guaranteed to be faithful to what was actually transmitted. And no, I'm not writing another essay. No. Are you? Is this a real no? Is this a maybe? Is this a wink wink? I might have an essay tomorrow. You know, if you do an essay, you'll probably get more done than the state, all of the homework that the state has with their 6-person team. But this is exactly it. The content isn't guaranteed to be accurate. So, and I don't really understand, you know, I've seen a lot of trials where we have records custodians come in. I don't know why there's an issue for the defense attorney to ask a question like that while the witness is on the stand. Like, everything that we saw play out at the end was, you didn't do things in the right order. Well, I had to wait till it was said so I could raise the objection that it wasn't accurate, right? Steele made sense of that. And then Whitaker looks over to the state table, and the whole chat, especially Otto was the first one I saw say it, but other people picked up on it. Just recall the witness. You keep every other witness on reserve to call them back because you didn't get what you want out of them. But because you think that this is going to be introduced without any issue, every single column's coming in. You know, the state suddenly wants to sit on their hands at the prospect of recalling this witness to get clarity. And in my opinion, what's the witness going to come up there? She's just suddenly going to change her mind and lie for this court and say, yeah, you know what? Actually, column TT is accurate. It's not going to happen. So either call the witness or sustain the objection. We didn't need 30 minutes on that. So, but Stephen Satchel, thank you for the all caps. It is great to see you speak in all caps. Love that. Love that. And then Not Sandow says, what's up, co-conspirators? How are we furthering today? With the purple evil emoji. Shout out to the fellow co-conspirators. Thanks for joining us, Not Sandow. And then Tina P says, lesson of the day, only use emojis when texting. Oh, Ike would be good at this. Is Ike still in the chat? Ike is very good at conveying a message through emojis. I think the whole chat gets good at it. As soon as we get the chat rolling with emoji, you know, paint a picture, story by emoji, you guys go bananas and get creative. See, I can't say bananas anymore. So, there we go, you guys. I think we are caught up. What other links? Any links that you guys... I know it gets crazy, but as we wrap up, I will give you... This is I refer to it all the time when we have witnesses on the stand. I try to keep track of the dates, and it's hilarious because the PowerPoint was excluded, but I rely on it a lot. But I use the Operation Power Planters PowerPoint to look at dates and names when I'm not sure what's being referenced. If you guys want to keep that handy for yourself, it's at the bottom of this motion. It's an exhibit, so you have to scroll several pages to get down to it, but I think if you guys enjoy having something to reference, that's what I often reference to, hey, we're talking about April 28th. These are the addresses that are relevant to April 28th. It's a lot easier than trying to hear it and make sense of it. So, again, the GoFundMe is linked at the top. Taybiz TV is not doing a live today, but I'm going to share the channel. And then do you guys know anybody live doing content that you guys want to shout out? Who's doing something? Where are you guys going to go hang out after this? It can be YSL related or another trial. But yeah. So just drop Taybiz's link there. And then if you guys want to read the email, that is here. And just as a reminder, it apparently wasn't read in court, even though it was claimed that it was read in court, but it could be that the judge saw it. We do know for sure that the email being referenced in the same breath as I need Hilton here was relating to Mrs. B, a witness that is yet to be called. So, clarification on that. Oh, Nick is live right now. And then, yeah, guys, that's a good point, too. Usually, and it might be earlier today since court ended earlier, but infamous Sylvia has been speaking with Quandarius Zachary's family. So if you want details, not just what's gone on so far, but something that might happen after court, infamous Sylvia has had his dad on. And then you know what, Nick Starro, I can set up a redirect for that. You guys shouted out Melanie Little, an attorney in the LawTube space. Let me pull her up. She is talking about Carly Gregg, a 14-year-old on trial for killing mom. Yikes, and being tried as an adult, so that could be interesting. So someone shouted out Melanie Little, and I didn't know about this case at all, but that's what she's covering. So there's that. And this is, oh wow, there's a lot of people covering the Carly Gregg case. Grizzly True Crime, Recovery Addict. I just pulled up like subscriptions. I see Broken Bakers live on it. That is a big case, I guess. I didn't know. So, I mean, it sounds big, right? A 14-year-old being tried as an adult, killed mom. I can see why it has a lot of media attention. So there's that. And hold on, are you serious, FFS? You're doing content? You gotta let me know, for real. Because otherwise I'll take you seriously, even if you're not serious. And then we have an encore here. We have an encore, and this is sweet. And is this Kanaya? Am I saying your name right? Or do you just do Konya? It looks like Kanaya, but I want to make sure I get it right. So Kanaya, and correct me on the pronunciation, is saying thank you for the membership. So again, thank you all day for... I mean, just a ton of them. Steven Satchel gifted like 76 memberships. HVAC for Dummies was dropping a bunch in. Angie Lay, we had Squirrel Brain drop a gift. We had a bunch of people become members on their own. Belle Louise dropped 5 on the chat's head. So did Angela. Iron Rabbit, another 5. Like, you guys were really, really being generous to support the channel and make it fun for everybody in the chat. Innocent Bystander channel with the 50. That's incredible. Rice Street, the Honorable Rice Street with 50. And just a ton of love being shown through gifted memberships. So Kanaya, I want to make sure I get it right. I don't see you responding with a phonetic pronunciation, but I try. I try to get people's names right. And yeah, I know Woody has a warrant out for his arrest, you guys. It's not in relation to this case, just as a heads up. And I do have a redirect set up to go to Nick Starro's channel, but I'm going to drop the link because sometimes the redirect doesn't actually work. So this is Nick Starro here. And there we go. We'll wrap it up. And well, we got another Esquire's dropping one more encore gift in here. So shout out to Esquire on our way out. And see you guys all tomorrow. I'm going to leave with a fan favorite to make up for all the Kappa Kappas and the Lima Limas that we heard today. So you guys enjoy, and see you over in some chat somewhere else.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for sly, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down E. T for tell them anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your steel stands so strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me